Net. Presented by the all-new Honda Civic, now available with turbo. Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by the all-new Honda Civic, now available with turbo, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Welcome to San Francisco, California. That is McCovey's Cove beyond the right field fence here in AT&T Park. It is a gorgeous afternoon for this day game. 16 degrees at the start of play today, and the Blue Jays are looking forward to 3-game sweep. John Gibbons Ball Club is really getting some great starting pitching right now, and they've had timely hitting. Pat, last night's hitting hero, Troy Tulowitzki, really did a nice job here.
And playing good defense also. Good defense, timely hitting, and great starting pitching. You're going to win your share of ball games that way.
Blue Jays are 18-17, a game over 500, and Troy Tulowitzki grew up in the Bay Area, and he loves hitting against Madison Bumgarner. 11 for 29, pair of doubles, 2 homers, and 5 RBIs. And Darwin Barney, over his last 11 games, he's really stepped it up. Both he and Carrera coming off the bench have really done a great job filling in. And Barney's hit .429 over his last 11 games. But today, they're in tough against one of the best lefties in all of baseball, Madison Bumgarner.
Yes, they are. Just 26 years old. He makes his 8th start of the season. The Giants are 4-3 in his outings this year, winning each of his last 3 trips. He didn't allow a base runner past the from first base from the 2nd inning on in his last start. That was against the Colorado Rockies, retiring 15 of the final 17 batters while striking out a season-high 10 batters in that ball game. He has never faced the Blue Jays. In fact, he comes into this game rather hot, just 6 earned runs over his last 27 innings pitched. That's 4 starts. and he has won 3 of them. So the Blue Jays, you're right, they are in tough against Madison Bumgarner this afternoon.
Defensively, the Giants have played very well of late in the field. Gregor Bronco back in left field for the second time in this series. Denard spans in center, and Hunter Pence is the Giants' right fielder. Matt Duffy and Brandon Crawford on the left side. Joe Panik and Connor Gillespie making his first start at first base, and behind the plate is Buster Posey for Madison Bumgarner.
You mentioned the Giants fielding the baseball with just 4 errors in their last 16 games. They're 14 errors overall, second fewest in the National League. One of the big reasons why is that guy right there. That's Brandon Crawford, the shortstop. First Gold Glove last year. He had the night off yesterday. He's back in there this afternoon against Marcus Stroman. They are a very good fielding baseball team, and that guy's a very underrated shortstop.
Blue Jays as a team batting .252 against left-handed pitching so far this season. For comparison's sake, last year the Jays hit .278 against lefties. Bumgarner set. Pilar's in the box. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It is in there for a strike, and we are underway. Pilar has been swinging a hot bat. Hit .333 over his last 11 games. He's also compiled 12 multi-hit games. Drives this one high into the alley in right center. Spahn calls for it. Center fielder makes the grab. Death Valley out there in right center.
You better have some speed in center and right field to track down the baseball here. Bumgarner is a fly ball type of pitcher. He'll challenge you with the fastballs. He likes to pitch up in the strike zone. The Blue Jays are going to have to be patient with him, make sure he gets that ball in the zone.
So Josh Donaldson batting second. The third baseman has a struggle going. Just 4 hits in his last 25 at bats over 7 games.
He's dropped that average down to .267.
First pitch strike from Bumgarner.
Isn't that the beauty of baseball? You take an offer, you can get right back in there the next afternoon. There's the numbers right now for Donaldson, 9 and 21 home runs and RBIs. He is still first in the American League with 31 runs scored, tied for first.
Getting on base and scoring. Over his last 7 games, he hasn't driven in a run nor hit a homer. That's going to be over the Giants dugout and into the seats. Beautiful ballpark and a great day for a baseball game. Obviously, Blue Jay fans have been here in big numbers for entire series. All 3 games. Josh Donaldson knows the area. Of course, he played just across the bay in Oakland.
Tell you, there's nothing like a day game out here, isn't it, in the Bay Area? Tell you, if you're an outfielder, you better keep your eye on the ball. When it goes up into that background, up into the sky, you can lose it very easily here.
Especially the left fielder, left side of the infield. They'll look right up into that sun. Any fly balls. Donaldson down the left field line, but that's going to hook foul and bounce into the seats.
Josh looks just a tick off, doesn't he? Sometimes he's just a little bit too quick, like that time right there off of Bumgarner, just a little bit too quick, and he pulls it foul, or he's just a little bit too slow, and he'll hit a lazy fly ball to right field. Hitting is about timing, and right now his timing is just a little off.
1-2 to Donaldson. Breaking ball. Bumgarner's got kind of a slinging delivery. How difficult is it for hitters to pick up the release point from Bumgarner?
Well, they haven't faced him. It's the first time that he has faced the Blue Jays, so it is a tough delivery for batters to pick up. He hides the ball well. Watch what Donaldson's doing now at 2 strikes. He's not moving his hands very much.
Bumgarner wanted that pitch, didn't get the call. Pitch tracker suggests it's off the plate.
Donaldson has talked to us about, with 2 strikes, he'll spread out just a little bit more. He won't use his hands. He won't dip them, then bring him back up. He'll just keep them very still and very, very steady. That makes him a very good 2-strike hitter.
There's a base hit into left. Bumgarner turns around and looks at the umpire as if to say he shouldn't have had that pitch, and he's asking where the location was. He said, I thought I had him struck out and you didn't give me the call.
Yeah, you give good hitters a second chance and they're going to hurt you one more time. Look at that. Not a lot of hand movement. Good two-strike approach right there by Josh Donaldson. And there's Bumgarner. He's earned enough credit in the big leagues to say that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he turned around and asked the umpire if that ball was low, and the umpire, Tony Randazzo, indicating the ball was down. Jose Bautista misses low once again. Bautista batting .207. 6 homers. Jose did a good job here on Monday getting on base and setting the table. He had a single and 2 walks in his first 3 plate appearances.
That one hit he had on Monday was a good piece of hitting himself. Also, breaking ball, he stayed in the middle of the field. If he wants to, he can take a shot to right field here early in the ball game.
Now Bautista out in front, and he pops it into the seats along the left side. Blue Jays a game over 500. 19-17 through 35 games last year. They were a game under 500.
Well, you look at the numbers between last year and this year, this time of the year, there are so many numbers from this year's team that compare to last year's team. Home runs are about the same. Pitching's a little bit better.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Donaldson bluffs towards second, and Posey's got a very strong arm. Better not drift too far. Buster Posey's thrown out 7 of 13 base stealers this year.
Josh was trying to be a little aggressive there, and Posey picked up on that. Almost got him at first base.
2 balls and 2 strikes to the number 3 hitter for the Blue Jays. Chopped foul. Bautista protecting the plate. For Madison Bumgarner, he has had some tough matchups so far this season. You see his interleague career record 7-7, but so far this season he's matched up against Clayton Kershaw twice, Zach Greinke, and Noah Syndergaard, and today he draws Marcus Stroman. Up the middle, that's going to be gloved by Panik. He flips behind him, and Donaldson picked up on it. For good base running by Donaldson as he had his eye right on Panik, and Joe Panik tried to flip it to Crawford to get a force out of second, and he threw it wide of the mark, and Donaldson ends up at third.
Trying to make something where there really wasn't anything. Really no chance to get him. This ball is heading out into center field for a hit for Bautista, knocked down by Panik. He tries the almost impossible play to get the force at second base. That would have made every highlight reel film tonight if he could have done that. But heads up base running by Donaldson. As soon as he captures that ball away from the batter, he is on his way to third base.
4th error of the season on Panik, and Posey blocks that low breaking ball. Well, the Blue Jays, they've got to really cash in against Bumgarner. They scored a run in the first inning on Monday, but stranded the bases loaded. You've got runners at first and third with 1 out with their big RBI guy, Edwin Encarnacion. Edwin homered here on Monday.
You know, and the good ones seem to turn it on. If you're going to get him, you got to get him early. His last game, Bumgarner's, he gave up 4 runs early, but then after the second inning, gave up nothing the rest of the way. Didn't allow a base runner past first base from the second inning on last time out.
2-0. Hitters count for Encarnacion. Pitch right on the outside corner. Edwin had a big night in the opener. He walked and homered, had a single in that Monday game. Encarnacion reacting to that high strike call by Tony Randazzo, and he's hearing it from the Blue Jays dugout already.
I think Edwin thought that one was up and in. as he tried to back away from that one. Now he's got to protect. This is the third straight hitter that Bumgarner has gotten 2 strikes on.
2-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. Bumgarner did some politicking after the Donaldson base hit, and it paid off in that at bat to Encarnacion.
Boy, you're not kidding. He got 2 gifts that time. Encarnacion upset. You got a runner at third base, less than 2 outs. All you need is a fly ball, but Edwin, a very patient hitter, does not get the benefit of a doubt. He called it a ball when Donaldson was up. This time he punches out Encarnacion on that pitch.
Troy Tulowitzki with 19 career home runs against the Giants. Tulowitzki grew up in the Bay Area. Got a lot of family and friends here. It'd be nice to hit number 20 against San Francisco this afternoon. He's also got 199 career home runs. 2,200 is a nice couple of round numbers.
Yeah, I'll take it. Here in the first inning, getting out of the way early.
.23 pitches thrown by Bumgarner.
This is a lot like the Jake Peavy start. Blue Jays worked him over in the first inning to the tune of 28 pitches. Eventually won that game 3-1. He only lasted 5 innings.
Breaking ball. We mentioned Tulowitzki's had a lot of success against Madison Bumgarner. He's 11 for 29 for his career against the lefty. Boy, the Blue Jays need to cash in here. They've got Bumgarner on the ropes. Good take. Pitch just downstairs. Tulowitzki has the count in his favor.
See, that's what I mean about you can just tell little things about hitters if they're ready to come out of slumps, if they're taking borderline pitches, but their bats are still in hitting position. And Troy's was right there.
Ball 4, that'll load the bases. So again, second time in this series, the Blue Jays have loaded the bases in the first. It was Russell Martin who made the third out of the inning with the bases loaded in the first on Monday. And he's got a chance to redeem himself big time right here.
Yeah, that was after a single by Saunders that scored the first run of the game for the Blue Jays. Russell's got to take the same type of approach that he has when he's hitting well. Last night in the 9th inning, he shot a ball to right field, which was a good sign for a base hit.
Picked up an RBI. Martin takes it down and away. Bumgarner getting frustrated with the strike zone. He already got the benefit of a couple close calls on Encarnacion. Russell, you can see he's had 4 career grand slams. Pulled off that pitch right inside.
Yeah, that's been his problem. He's been pulling off of a lot of pitches. Got to slow things down just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Mm. 29th pitch from Bumgarner was right on the corner. 1-2, 2 outs. Bumgarner knows the Giants haven't scored any runs lately. He's really grinding to save these 3 base runners. Inside. Been a long inning for Madison Bumgarner.
Blue Jays have to get something off of him.
Martin strikes out. Posey steps on home plate, and the inning is over. Madison Bumgarner is going to check in with the umpire to see if they're head-to-head on this strike zone. Blue Jays leave the bases loaded. is in his 10th season for the Giants, and he's managed 21 consecutive years in the big leagues. Here's the lineup for the Giants. Their game under 500. Cleanup hitter Buster Posey over his last 5 games. He's 0 for 18. That's one off his all-time hitless streak, 0 for 19. He struck out 4 times during that stretch. Hunter Pence is first in the National League with 22 RBIs with runners in scoring position, and he has been one of the few clutch hitters that's performed so far for the Giants.
That is the lineup that Marcus Stroman will face this afternoon as Marcus gets ready with this for his 8th start of the season. Last time out against the Dodgers, he held them to 2 runs and 8 hits while striking out 8, run his record to 4-0 to 360 earned run average. What a month of May it has been for him so far. A couple of starts. He's only given up 3 earned runs in his starts. It's the first time that he has faced the Giants this afternoon in interleague play. He's undefeated there too. 2-0 with a 123 earned run average in 3 interleague starts for Marcus Stroman.
Marcus has 15 straight starts without a loss. Closing in on Roy Halladay's streak from 2003 when Halladay won the Cy Young Award. He made 20 consecutive starts without a loss. Stroman delivers the first pitch, strike to Denard Span. Span is 0 for 6 in the series. He's walked a couple of times. His average at 246. There's a good breaking ball. Stroman was out, I believe, quite a bit earlier than normal, loosening up. He was out on the field about 30 minutes before the game time.
Stretching, running, preparing himself for this afternoon start. Normally the home starter will go out first, and 10 minutes later you'll see the visiting starting pitcher go out there, but they came out at the same time.
Denard Span recognized something was wrong with his bat. He couldn't have broken it. He didn't hit anything. Must have been broken when he took it to the plate. 0-2 to the leadoff man for the Giants. Giants have scored just 3 runs in their last 40 innings, spanning 4 games.
The guy at the plate is one of the reasons they said they got to get him started. Denard Span has struggled. He came up a couple of times in yesterday's game with a chance to do something, hit into a double play. They need him to ignite their offense.
Blue Jays would be fine if he would wait until Monday.
Yeah, one more day.
Another 0-2 pitch. Off the plate outside. The Jays turned a couple of double plays in last night's game, and Stroman is the master at getting ground balls. Should be a lot of ground balls in this game today from Marcus. Inside. 2-2.
Well, what you want to do is you want to have quick resolution. We saw that in yesterday's game from both starters. Matt Cain was sensational. Jay Happ was just a little bit better. They got a lot of quick outs. That's why they were able to hang around a long time.
Happ did a terrific job neutralizing the Giants' bats. Joe Panik, the second baseman, is on deck. Full count. Stroman was ahead 0-2. And he walks him. No defense for the walk. Let's take a look at the Blue Jays, the way they line up defensively here this afternoon. Ezequiel Carrera in left field. Kevin Pillar, he's got 3 outfield assists. He's in center. Jose Bautista in right. Donaldson playing in his 599th career game at third base. Tulowitzki and Darwin Barney up the middle. Encarnacion made a great play defensively at first on Monday, and Russell Martin behind the plate.
Well, with the left-hander on the mound, Darwin Barney's going to get the start at second base. He's a sure-handed second baseman. He's only made 28 errors in his career. That's 2,329 total chances in 7 big league seasons at second base. He's a former Gold Glove winner. And he will team up with Troy Tulowitzki in the middle of the diamond.
Right now, Marcus Stroman has really lost the strike zone after jumping ahead of Denard Span 0-2. He hasn't thrown another strike. There's a strike. It's now 2-1. Well, the Giants have to be uplifted a bit by the fact that Madison Bumgarner had left the bases loaded in the first without the Blue Jays scoring.
Threw a ton of pitches. That might not bode well in the middle innings for the Giants, but you're right. He still threw a 0 up.
There goes Span. The hit and run is on. It's a foul ball.
You know, you mentioned, Buck, that they have been struggling to score runs, the San Francisco Giants. So Bruce Bochy has been trying the last couple of days to try and ignite something in offense. We saw them hit and run with the pitcher yesterday where he faked bunt and then swung and missed. That failed. They tried some sacrifice bunting. They tried a little bit of everything, something to get this offense started. And after a leadoff walk to Span, who can run, they got him moving.
Span has 4 stolen bases, but he's also been caught 4 times. On that hit and run play in last night's game, Russell Martin threw out Kelby Tomlinson in the 3rd after Tomlinson had dropped down a perfect bunt. Not running here. Ground ball. This should be 2. Barney to Tulowitzki. Another double play for the Blue Jays. 2 down.
This Marcus Stroman start is brought to you by BioSteel Sports Nutrition, the natural choice for everyday performance. Drink the pink.
Alcatraz dead center in the middle of San Francisco Bay. We're just around the corner on the south end of San Francisco Bay, south of the Bay Bridge. This is Matt Duffy, the 3rd baseman. There's that strike that Bumgarner wanted.
You know, with Marcus Stroman, I think you have to really stay in there and watch the pitches because they move so much. You can't give up on it. He's always going to be around the plate. He's got some late movement. And you got to stay in there and don't anticipate the ball being off the plate.
I always would talk to umpires about that at the start of the game. If they hadn't seen a pitcher before, I'd say, hey, you know what? This guy's got great movement. Don't give up on that fastball away because it'll come back.
It might come back and stay on that outside corner.
Same way with the breaking balls. Hey, he throws a lot of inside breaking balls. He's going to throw that cutter inside to righties. Don't give up on it. If it's off the plate inside, it might be a cutter. Good changeup down. Missed it. Full count, 2 outs. Marcus still not really zeroed in on that strike zone just yet.
No, we saw that with Bumgarner in the top of the inning. Now Marcus is the same way here in the bottom.
There's a base hit to right. Matt Duffy. A 2-strike base hit into right field. 3-2 pitch. He saw a lot of pitches from Stroman and ends up with a base hit.
Well, that was another thing that they tried to do. They moved Duffy down in the order yesterday to try and generate some offense down there. If guys got on base to knock in some runs, that's a pretty swing right there. Little cutter away, didn't try and pull it, stayed right with it. The guy they need to get going is this guy right here.
Buster Posey, the catcher and cleanup hitter. Ground ball. Barney can't make a play on it. Posey with a base hit that snaps that long 0 for. He was 0 for 18 before that ground ball base hit to right.
I think that ball surprised Darwin Barney. It had so much English on it. The way Posey hit it. Watch this thing. The normal sure-handed Barney comes up with this. He just stabbed at it. Like that ball was moving on him.
It might have had a lot of spin on it. Looked like it got inside on Posey. Got to be careful on the first pitch to Hunter Pence. I don't care if he's never faced Stroman.
Yeah, he is a 300 hitter on the first pitch. One more time, the former Gold Glover. Watch him go after it. And he just stabs at it. That ball had a lot of English on it and fooled him.
Ball downstairs. Stroman has now thrown 21 pitches. Both of these starters having trouble getting zeroed in on that strike zone. Went around. 1-2. We mentioned Hunter Pence, 22 runs batted in with runners in scoring position. That's tied for first in the National League. He's been their best clutch hitter. Popped up, shallow center, long run for Pilar. He's there, and the inning is over. So both pitchers strand base runners in the first inning. We'll go to the second. No score on a gorgeous day in San Francisco.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At That Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for more details. And on that app today, you can see that Chris Archer having yet another tough outing today, Buck.
Yes, sir. And Chris Archer just hasn't really gotten locked in so far this season. Tampa Bay Rays trailing 3-0 already. They're in the top of the second. Archer gave up 3 in the bottom of the first. For the Blue Jays, they had a great opportunity against Madison Bumgarner in the first. They stranded the bases loaded. Had a couple of hits. Giants made an error, but they couldn't cash in. Darwin Barney's done a terrific job filling in, coming off the bench, and he has earned the right to play a little bit more frequently. Over his last 11 games, he's 12 for 28 with a double and a home run.
That batting average, huh?
357 is not bad.
357 with a home run and 5 driven in. You know, when you're like Darwin Barney, you just gotta, when you get called upon, just do something to help your team win. Make a nice play to start the double play like you did last inning. Come up with a clutch hit.
Madison Bumgarner is 6'5", and he's listed at 250. He is a big man. Quite a contrast in the size of our two starting pitchers here this afternoon.
I love it. I love it. You can have a big, tall guy throwing bullets, or you can have a little guy who pitches, throws sinkers and cutters, and they're both successful.
That's the beauty of baseball. I think that's why so many fans love watching the game, because they can all relate to someone on the field. Someone is built like they are. Someone has a similar swing or a similar style of throwing. It's a very appealing game. 1-2. High fastball, and Barney strikes out. Madison Bumgarner is one of the best in baseball, and when you look at where he ranks, came into the league in 2005, but since 2011 he's really zeroed in among the best in baseball.
Top 5, right? So in the National League, you got to figure he's up there with Clayton Kershaw, Jake Arrieta, Zach Greinke, some of the other fine pitchers that are in the National League. Bumgarner's been doing it a long time. You know what's impressive about him also is he did it in the postseason too. That extended month of baseball where the best versus the best, he came out on top.
This is the left fielder, Ezekiel Carrera. After Barney struck out, Carrera getting the start today in place of Michael Saunders. Check swing, one hopper to third. Nice play by Duffy. Stroman. 2 down, and that's going to bring Marcus Stroman to the plate for his first big league at bat. He's been thinking about this for a month.
For a month? For years, I think he's been thinking about that. He's been taking batting practice every day here with the last group, and he's had a nice swing. I think he's been very impressive. Everyday players want to be pitchers. Pitchers want to be everyday players. Well, here's Marcus Stroman's chance to be an everyday player. Gets to swing the bat.
When Marcus Stroman went to Duke, he started 44 games at second base. Started 1 at shortstop and 2 as the DH, all as a freshman.
He's a good athlete. I mean, you can watch him take ground balls like he does in batting practice. You can watch him swing the bat. They've also used him as a pinch runner a couple of times.
At Duke that freshman year, he had 11 stolen bases in 14 attempts. Fly ball to deep center, but Span has plenty of room. Marcus Stroman swings the bat, but he flies out to center. He'll go to the bottom of the second, no score.
San Francisco. And guys, you were talking about how anxious Marcus Stroman was to have in that bat. Well, there's another event he's been anxiously awaiting, and that is his graduation. He spoke to me during spring training. He told me the date. It was coming up this Sunday in May. He said the chances of him being able to go were pretty slim because he just doesn't know where the schedule will lie. Well, he found out a couple of weeks ago by looking at the lineup and the rotation that he would indeed not be pitching that day. He went to the Blue Jays management. They gave him blessings, so he is going to be heading off on a plane this weekend, going to Duke University. He'll have an opportunity to walk, get his diploma, and really have a chance to experience that whole event with his family. He says it's one of the things he's looking forward to so much in life. Going back to school meant so much to him while he was injured last year, and now having a chance to actually graduate with his class absolutely means the world to him. Guys?
It's a great accomplishment, Barry. Obviously, he was drafted after his junior year, had to go back and complete his senior's commitment and graduate. And when you think about it, Marcus Stroman, if he has a great career, might play 15 years as a major leaguer. But if he gets his degree, he will always be a college graduate.
That's right, from a great college in Duke. He said, that's why I went to Duke. I wanted to graduate, and good for the Blue Jays to let him go do that. I think he should do that.
tremendous accomplishment for Marcus to go back, and everything just kind of worked out for him. Obviously, he did it after he had injured his knee and had surgery. This is the shortstop, Brandon Crawford. He did not play yesterday, and he grounds it to the right side. That skips up on Barney. Another seeing-eye base hit for the Giants. Encarnacion, he couldn't get to it. Barney had a pretty good angle on, but it took a wicked hop right at the end.
The field has not been very kind to Darwin Barney here the first couple of innings. He got handcuffed on that ball by Buster Posey, and now Brandon Crawford hits one to his left. And watch the ball come up on him. He goes to reach for it, and it just ricochets off that turf, the dirt area, and into right field.
This is Connor Gillespie. Gillespie, an original sign by the Giants. They got him back as a minor league free agent. He has played in the big leagues with the White Sox and the Angels, and of course the Giants. He played with the Giants first in 2008, made appearances in 8 games.
He's a good National League player. Come off the bench if you need him to pinch hit, get a spot start.
Tulowitzki gets a handcuff on that one, and he recovers in time. Boy, the Blue Jays are having trouble on this dirt infield early in this ball game. Tulowitzki had that ball kick up on him, and he was able to recover in time to throw to first to retire Gillespie.
That was a tailor-made double play right there. Neither team came out and took infield practice nor batting practice on the field, and right now it's showing. One more time, the in-between hop right there kicks up on Tulowitzki, but he has the presence of mind to fire over to first base, and right now they are saying he's out, but they're going to take a look at this one. Those in-between hops are so tough for infielders.
Well, he might have beat it.
Yeah, he looks safe from that replay.
Encarnacion with the stretch, and Gillespie, he's on the bag before the ball gets there.
Yeah.
From that replay, I would think that they're going to overturn the call. This replay review is powered by Samsung.
It should be a quick review. Shouldn't take him that long to see that. We saw that in about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Just get a good angle, and you can see that he beat the throw. If that's the case, it'd be another error on Tulowitzki. That would be his 5th of the season. Yeah, he's on that bag.
That's an easy one.
Boy, the Blue Jays, they have really had trouble with the in-between hops here, and you can see they have overturned the ruling on the field.
You know, but here's the interesting thing about playing in the National League. You got first and second, nobody out. You're struggling to score runs. Normally, you wouldn't bunt because the pitcher is on deck, but the guy on deck is a good hitter.
What a great point. Gregor Blanco is a left-handed hitter in the 8th spot. Madison Bumgarner, a right-handed hitter on deck, is a terrific hitter.
Blue Jays think he's bunting. I'm not so sure.
Base hit. Brandon Crawford digging around third. He's going to score. Connor Gillespie gets stopped, and he will stop at third. Roberto Kelly stopped him coming around third. He was 3 or 4 strides around the base before he stopped him.
Yeah, he sent him, and then he threw up the stop sign just in time, or he was going to be out. The corners are in, expecting the bunt off the bat of Blanco. They throw a fastball right down the middle, and Encarnacion has no chance. This one's going to rattle around down in that right field corner. 1 run's going to score. Bautista does a good job of digging it out and getting it back quickly, holding him to a double and only 1 run scoring.
Nobody out. Runners at second and third, and here is the pitcher, Madison Bumgarner. First pitch, breaking ball.
Roberto Kelly is the third base coach. Watch him. He sends him and then says, wait a minute, I changed my mind.
Wow, that's tough on a runner. You can see he had last seen the wave home. And next time he looks up, he's got the big 2 hands in his face. Madison Bumgarner batting .118 for the season, but he has a home run. And that home run is his 12th career home run. Ties him with Giovanni Gallardo for the most home runs by an active pitcher.
Was that another home run off of Kershaw? He's made a habit of that, hasn't he?
Yeah. He is something else. Big guy, swings the bat. They've used him as a pinch hitter. 1-0 Giants. Couple of hits and an error this inning. Still nobody out.
Well, you asked for it. Here it is. Active career home runs by pitchers. There's Bumgarner and Gallardo, who you mentioned. Wood and Adam Wainwright. Travis Wood and Adam Wainwright. 3rd and 4th on that list.
Bumgarner strikes out. That's the first out of the inning. Stroman comes up with the out. Well, Blue Jays have had some bad hop singles given up here in this inning. And, of course, that double by Blanco drives in the first run of the game. Blanco's 7th RBI of the season. Now back to the top of the order, Denard and Span. Stroman lost Span after jumping ahead 0-2. He walked him on a 3-2 pitch. Ground ball, that's going to get a run home. Span puts the ball on the ground to second base. Westby comes in to score.
Before today's game, the Giants had only scored 3 runs in their last 40 innings. They were shut out yesterday. That was the 3rd time, 2nd time on this homestand. But they're taking advantage right now of some misplays by the Blue Jays. An error by Tulowitzki set this inning up. Span cashes in the 2nd run of the inning with that ground down.
2-0 San Francisco. Joe Panik hit into a double play. His first time up, takes a breaking ball for a strike. Ground ball, and kind of shown backhands. He'll take it himself, and the inning is over. But San Francisco breaks through. Score a couple of runs on 2 hits and an error. Blue Jays down 2-0. It'll be to the top of the order. Kevin Pillar, then Josh Donaldson, who is singled. Same for Jose Bautista. Top 3 when we come back to San Francisco. Bumgarner in the World Series has been a terrific pitcher for the Giants. Pat, he is part of 3 World Series rings.
He's 4-0 with those 3 World Series rings. 36 innings. He's only given up 1 earned run He was the MVP in 2014. There are his numbers right there. And you know that he's got one of the longest scoreless inning streaks in World Series history. Whitey Ford is number 1 at 33 consecutive innings. Babe Ruth is number 2. Number 7 on that list is Madison Bumgarner with 21.
He practically single-handedly beat the Royals in 2014 in the World Series. Kevin Pillar fouls it back. 0-2. Bumgarner started game 1 against Kansas City in Kansas City, beat them 7-1. Then he started game 5, shut them out, complete game shutout on 4 hits. And then in game 7, came in the game out of the bullpen in the 5th inning to just close out the Royals in that game 7. And they had a 3-2 lead. And that was it.
That was it. He got a save in one of those World Series. That's what I mean about pitching in postseason. You're under the microscope. It's the best versus the best. Everything's on the line. Bumgarner picks up his 4th strikeout of the afternoon, and he's starting to zero in.
1 out. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Former Blue Jay Carlos Villanueva picks up the win for San Diego in relief. And Rodney, his 9th save. Kyle Hendricks was the starter for the Cubs. Pedro Strop takes the loss.
Who hit the home run late for San Diego? That was another former Blue Jay, wasn't it?
Brett Wallace. Wallace hit a home run in the 7th inning, a 3-run homer with 2 outs. Part of a 4-run inning. Josh Donaldson takes a strike. It's a 1-1 count to the number 2 hitter. Donaldson single to left his first time up. Big breaking ball around the outside edge.
Look where all those pitches are. Tough to get any solid wood on those things. First 2 were almost perfect. Right on the corner. I wonder if he's going to bust him in now.
Staying away. Bumgarner is an intimidating presence on the mound, just given his physical size. But he's got a mystique about him. The National League hitters, they know all about it. Big, strong guy on the mound. And he loses Donaldson. Second walk issued by Bumgarner. Bruce Bochy was telling me a great story about Bumgarner, how he goes to the All-Star games. You know, he makes the All-Star team, and he goes over there and sees all those National League hitters. And he'll walk up to somebody like Paul Goldschmidt and says, you know I'm going to have to hit you one of these days. And then just walks away.
Now that's called getting in their head, isn't it? Huh?
Nice to meet you.
Teammate.
1 out. Donaldson at first for Bautista. Inside off the plate. He also said he went up to Bryce Harvey one day. Just kind of tugged on his jersey, looked at him and said, "You're a little bitty guy, aren't you?" Turned around and walked away.
Not even waiting around to hear what he has to say back. Huh?
Just to put some doubt in their mind. I love it.
That's a little Jack Morrison, the guy.
Oh, huh? Absolutely. That's Jack Morris
like
all
that.
the way. Yeah.
Always looking for an edge.
Just a little edge. Put some doubt in the guy's mind. Maybe he will throw at me. 1-1 count to Bautista. The Giants have a 2-0 lead. Boy, they're working Bautista upstairs, aren't they? A lot of teams lately have been throwing him a lot of high pitches.
I've noticed that and looked at some of the numbers on that. He doesn't have a hit on a high fastball this month. They have crowded him up and they have crowded him in fastballs. Hasn't got a hit yet.
Jose is 7 for his last 51 at bats. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In case you're just joining us, the Blue Jays had Madison Bumgarner on the ropes in the first inning. Runners at first and third with 1 out. Conachon was called out on a very questionable strike 3. Tulowitzki walked to load the bases, and then Martin struck out. So they failed to score after 2 hits and an error and a walk, and left the bases loaded.
Very defensive when they get to this part of the lineup for the Blue Jays, and rightfully so.
Yeah, this is the productive part of the Blue Jays lineup. Interesting situation for the Blue Jays now. Do you start Donaldson in this situation?
Do I have to answer that before he throws the next pitch?
It might help.
You know what? I would. We saw him do that earlier in this series with Bautista at the plate. They started the runner.
Ball 4, no need to. So back-to-back walks here in the third with 1 out.
Save during the Lawn and Garden Expert Sale, only at Home Hardware and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Beautiful day in San Francisco. A lot of activity out on the bay. Another great crowd on hand. And the Giants once again. There's a steal by Donaldson. The ball goes into the outfield, and Crawford's there. Bautista moves to second. Boy, Josh Donaldson, a heads-up play.
You know, not much gets by Josh Donaldson. He's a pretty intelligent baseball player. He noticed that Bumgarner gives him 1 look, and he's got the high leg kick, so he's going to take off, even with the power hitter at the plate. And when the ball goes off of the glove of Duffy, so he never made him stop at second base. Donaldson steals third, and with the error, as that ball goes off the glove, Bautista can move up.
Error is charged to the third baseman, Matt Duffy. Another golden opportunity for the Blue Jays to break through against Madison Bumgarner.
Wow, he was cruising. 5 in a row set down, 3 strikeouts. He comes up to Donaldson, very careful, walks him. Then he becomes very careful with Bautista. He walks him.
Ground ball. Donaldson's headed for a home in between hop for Crawford. And Conachon is out, but Donaldson scores the first Blue Jays run. Josh Donaldson, with his 3rd steal in as many attempts this year, scores the first Blue Jay run. Bautista on the ground out moves to 3rd.
You know, it was the error, though, partner, that got the Blue Jays the run right there, because Bautista had not left off at first base. Bumgarner upset because he knows that's a double play ball, and he would have been out of the inning. But because of the error, Bautista goes from first to second, taking the double play out.
Yeah, that would have been a tailor-made double play ball. Jose doing a good job of reading that ball off the glove of Duffy. Troy Tulowitzki takes a tough strike. Might have been off the plate outside. Tulo walked his first time up. Over near the Blue Jays dugout, and in a big crowd of Blue Jay fans, a Giant fan catches it.
You know, when you are in tough against good pitching, you got to take what they give you. And that error just gave the Blue Jays a run and a chance at more right here if Tulo can come up with a 2-strike, 2-out hit.
Oh, good block by Posey. That's a tough breaking ball. It hit well out in front of home plate. We mentioned Troy Tulowitzki with that home run in last night's game. Now has 19 career home runs against the Giants. Adrian Gonzalez, who has played with the Padres and the Dodgers, has 20. Matt Kemp, also a former Dodger, now in San Diego. He has 19. And then the former teammate of Tulowitzki, Nolan Arenado.
He's also sitting on 199 career home runs. He is tied with Hunter Pence with 199. That is good for 34th amongst active players. But none of the guys in front of him, active players who have hit 200 home runs, play shortstop.
Tulowitzki grew up in the Bay Area, born in Santa Clara. It's a high hop into right field. Hunter Pence coming in. And the inning's over, but the Blue Jays get on the board. They went Encarnacion with the RBI ground out. It's a 2-1 ball game.
Well, fans, if you are a fan of Game 7s, we have one for you on the air tomorrow. It's Nashville and San Jose. It's Game 7 NHL playoff action, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific on Sportsnet. And a reminder, today's Blue Jays game is available with live described video for our blind and low vision audience. AMI TV, Rogers Channel 888, allows you to enjoy the game with added accessible feature. Buck?
Thank you very much, Barry Davis. That group of fans trying to figure out how to get that boat in the water. The cooler is safe and sound, but
don't lose that.
It might help with some shoes on there, boys. Well, they got flip-flops on, I guess. Matt Duffy goes after the first pitch. 2-1 ball game. Blue Jays trying to sweep the 3-game series here in San Francisco. You know, Pat, if you look ahead to the Blue Jays schedule, this could be a very good month for the Blue Jays. After this game, they will go to Texas, have an off day on Thursday, and play the Rangers the 3-game series. And then go back home to take on the Tampa Bay Rays, and the Rays haven't really been playing great, as you heard earlier. Chris Archer is struggling again today. And then they go into Minnesota to play 4 games, and everybody knows they're off to a terrible start. Off the end of the bat, Donaldson spins at third. He's called out at first base by Dan Bellino. Bill Hayes, the first base coach for the Giants, he immediately looked into the dugout and said, man, you got to check that one.
Well, they've already reversed the call over at first base on a play. Donaldson got to the ball, made an outstanding play, and then spun it through, and the ball took off on him. And we'll see if Encarnacion could keep his foot on the base. Look at that athletic play. Fires across the diamond. Does Edwin stay on the base?
He had contact, and then it pulled him off the base, and they're not going to review it. So what a terrific play on both ends. Donaldson ranging wide to his left, and Encarnacion maintained contact with the bag as he dove for that throw.
That is hard for a right-handed throwing first baseman. I'll tell you why. Because you're heading over to first base. You set up with your right foot, the glove's on the left hand. Now you got to go all the way back across your body, catch it, keep the foot in. You can see it's dug right on the corner of that bag. That's a heck of a play for Edwin.
Making just his 10th start at first. Breaking ball strike. Marcus Stroman is 6-0 in his last 6 road starts. Because of the injury and the fact that he didn't pitch before September last year, he hasn't lost a road game since September of 2014. Well, that's some serious kitchen right there. Buster Posey gets jammed and grounds out to short. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Tough situation for the Rays. Matt Moore's not pitched well of late. Chris Archer really hasn't gotten started at all this season. Everything has been kind of off for him.
Finish up that thought about the Blue Jays in May. They missed Cole Hamels because he's supposed to be pitching today for Texas. After that Minnesota series, they'll play the New York Yankees.
And the Rangers had A.J. Griffin go on the DL. He has got a bad shoulder. He pitched very well against the Blue Jays at Rogers Center. Yu Darvish isn't ready to come back yet, so that's another piece of good news. And then you're right, you go to Yankee Stadium.
Which isn't always fun, but the Yankees have been struggling.
Yeah, they sure have. And they just got Aroldis Chapman back there, 100-mile-an-hour closer. But they pushed the big lefty Andrew Miller down into the 7th inning, and Dylan Betances has been human this year.
I'll tell you, we had a shot right there of John Gibbons. Nobody's thinking about the schedule right now. They're thinking about today's game and a chance to sweep the Giants on the road.
Hunter Pence fouls it off. Well, the Blue Jays can't afford to think about the wasted opportunities in this game. They just have to focus on task at hand. They have a 1-run deficit to make up. John Gibbons anxious to get to Texas. He is a native of San Antonio, and he had a chance to reconnect with his family.
Yeah, he told me the other day he hasn't seen him since February. His kids. He said the day I left for spring training. With school and commitments and everything like that, so looking forward to that off day. It'd be a lot better with a win.
Well, it's one of the hard parts of this job for the people with families. Of course, when you have babies, they can travel around, but once kids get into school, you have to abide by the schedule of the schools. It'll be long separations. Stroman trying to win this battle against Hunter Pence, and he just missed with that inside pitch. Full count, 2 outs. Bottom of the 3rd, 2-1 ball game. Giants have the lead. Strike 3. Hunter Pence checked his swing. He's called out by Tony Randazzo. The home plate umpire will go to the 4th. Time now for the schedule ahead, brought to you by WestJet. After this game in San Francisco, the Blue Jays will fly to Fort Worth, have an off day before they resume action in Arlington on Friday. Pre-game series against the Rangers. Ari Dicker will open up that series. Then Tampa Bay comes to Rogers Center for a short pre-game homestand before the Blue Jays go to Minnesota.
For 4 games with Minnesota Twins, and you look at the records right now, Minnesota 8-24 starting to play today.
Russell Martin right back to the mound. 1 out. Let's check in with Jamie Kemble. All of a sudden, that series that featured some pretty good pitching has turned into a hitter's affair. Matt Latos has been cuffed around today. 5 1/3, 5 earned runs on 7 hits. His ERA has become more human now, 3.40.
Did you see the finish last night's game?
What a crazy game.
Late. Texas, I think, scored 7 runs late in that game and won.
Now when Barney lifts a fly ball down the right side, that's a fair ball. Pence makes the catch. 2 quick outs for Bumgarner here in the 4th. He made a point about getting to good pitchers early, and the Blue Jays had an opportunity in the 1st.
He retired 15 of the last 17 batters he faced last time out against the Colorado Rockies, and don't let him get into a groove. They just seem to get stronger and stronger as the game gets going.
He gave up 4 runs in an inning early in the game to the Colorado Rockies, and the Giants came back and won 6-4. Correa getting the start in left field this afternoon, rounded out the 3rd his first time up. Quite a difference from Bumgarner here as he works to the bottom 3rd of the order. How he really gets tentative when he gets to Donaldson, Bautista, and Encarnacion.
Throws better quality pitches here. Doesn't nibble as much.
That's how he's supposed to pitch, to the bottom of the order. 3 up, 3 down. He strikes out Carrera. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th with the Giants leading.
Fans enter the Bacardi Blue Jays for a Day contest for a chance to win a great Blue Jays on-field experience. For details, entry form, and rules, go to bluejays.com/broadcasting contest. Contest closes Thursday, June 30th at 4:59 p.m.
Now that's some good fare right there. A little hot fry with some garlic That'd be
You
nice
hungry?
to. Yeah, I'm a little bit hungry. Huh?
After seeing that, I am.
If I eat those fries, I won't sit next to you on the airplane, okay?
That's a deal.
Bottom of the fourth, Marcus Stroman trailing the Giants. Brandon Crawford, he's been scuffling a bit of late. Average 261. He was the Silver Slugger for the National League shortstops last year. The award that recognizes the best offensive player at his respective position. Won a Gold Glove and a Silver Slugger for the first time in his career.
First Giant shortstop to win a Gold Glove since Omar Vizquel did it in 2005 and 2006.
That's ripped but well fouled down the right side.
He was also the first Giant to win a Gold Glove and Silver Slugger at his position since some guy named Barry Bonds did it back in 1997. They have had some great players play for this organization.
They recognize some of those great players with statues all around this ballpark. Right behind home plate, there's what they call the Willie Mays Plaza, and there's a great statue of the great Willie Mays, who was recognized on his 85th birthday on Friday. That's Willie McCovey, Stretch McCovey. He has his statue out there in McCovey's Cove. Willie Mays right in the front of AT&T Park. A terrific statue depicting that great swing of the Hall of Fame. Brandon Crawford strikes out. First out of the bottom half of the fourth.
The all-new Honda Civic, now available with Turbo, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
That is the iconic Golden Gate Bridge, spanning the entrance to this beautiful San Francisco Bay, connecting San Francisco to Marin County. Connor Gillespie swings at that breaking ball down and in. Gillespie reached on a fielder's choice in an error by Troy Tulowitzki, and there's an off-speed pitch. He's out in front.
He's got so many weapons, doesn't he? And if you're not familiar with, though, he doesn't fall into any patterns. He can make you look silly on some of your swings. Use this changeup now. Now he needs to put him away.
The Blue Jays starters have been terrific in May. In fact, they have the best earned run average in the majors for the month of May. A 188 earned run average coming into this game, better than the Mets, Cubs, and Indians. Jays starters have gone 15-7 for this season, which is the third best winning percentage in the majors, behind the Cubs and Rangers.
What I like about the Blue Jays pitching, the starting pitching, they have the most innings this season. That's what's impressive. You win with starting pitching, and especially going deep into a ball game.
Ground ball. That's going to get through into center for a base hit. Connor Gillespie's been aboard twice. Aaron Sanchez and Jay Happ were great in their starts here in San Francisco, and the rotation has been very tight since the 29th of April.
And there's what I'm talking about. They're averaging 7 innings per start. That makes the manager's job a lot easier to navigate towards the end of the game. ERA under 2. Opponent's batting average just over 200. If they can combine that kind of pitching and get the hitting going, they're going to win a lot of ball games.
Well, Simon got hit with that foul ball. The starters, you mentioned the innings. Coming into this game today, they had thrown 227 innings. That's more than the San Francisco Giants, who are second in the majors. The Nationals have thrown 208 2/3 start of play today.
And the White Sox are right behind them. I mean, those are some really good pitching staffs, but it's the Blue Jays starters who have thrown the most.
You know, and everybody's talking about an innings limit for Sanchez, and obviously there have been no reports of any such restrictions on Stroman, but given the way Sanchez is thrown, I bet you that they're just going to have an open mind to that and just kind of watch how he goes through the course of the season. Well, that's a good breaking ball.
Don't you think a lot of that depends on where they are in the standings, their one-loss record also? I mean, if you're winning and you have a chance to win the division, how do you sit one of your better starters down? I mean, we've seen it, right?
Steven Strasburg of the Nationals.
We've seen it in the past. I mean, it's a really interesting discussion, but that's a long way away.
Yep. It's only May. 1-2. That gets away from Martin, goes back to the backstop. He's not sure where it is. And now he finally locates it and gets back to it. Gillespie goes to second. Wow, pitch charge to Stroman. Martin had pretty good position on the ball. Looked like he was going to be able to make a play on it, but he's had a tough foul tip here. And that one might have actually hit him in the protective cup. Take a look at where this ball bounces in front of Martin.
And you can see from that the way it ricocheted between his legs. Umpire's going to give him a couple of minutes to regroup.
Made a talk with Bill Hayes, the first base coach for the Giants, who's also the catching instructor, and he was talking about Strapose. He said, if you don't like getting hit with the ball, you're in the wrong position.
you're playing the wrong position, aren't you? You have to expect getting hit, don't you?
Absolutely. Foul tips, balls in the dirt, blocking balls. You're going to get beat up. Strike three call. Stroman crossed up Blanco, got him with a fastball.
That ball had a little cut on it right at the end as it made its way towards home plate. This is what makes Marcus Stroman so good. His ability to pull the string, his ability to paint the outside corners, think right along with the batter. It's a good pitch.
Madison Bumgarner struck out his first time up. Lifts this one to left. Carrera circles back, now comes in, and the inning is over. Another base runner left in scoring position for the Giants. Now time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Kevin Barker in the Samsung broadcast studio.
Fans, the WestJet Blue Jays flyaway contest is now on. Enter for your chance to cheer on the Blue Jays in Boston with WestJet. Go to bluejays.com/WestJet flyaway to enter. Speaking of flyaway, Buck, what about the Red Sox offense? 27 runs the last 2 days.
They are swinging it, Barry, that's for sure. And they got some great hitters in there. They got some veterans who are off to great starts, including Big Papi, David Ortiz, and also Dustin Pedroia. But how about the kids? Mookie Betts having a big game. And Jackie Bradley Jr. He's really hitting a lot better than anybody anticipated.
He had a 6 RBI game the other day. They're also facing the Oakland A's, and their starters are really struggling right now.
Even Sonny Gray had a tough outing. So this is Marcus Stroman trying to get something going here in the 5th. Marcus flied out to deep center field his first time up. Swings and drives this to right, but Hunter Pence is there. Stroman has flied out twice. Marcus has a chance. He swings the bat. He's got a chance.
He's got quick hands when he swings that thing. I was watching him the last couple of days take batting practice, and the ball comes off his bat nicely. The thing that I don't want to see happen is him get jammed, and all of a sudden his hand starts buzzing.
Kevin Pillar has gone 0 for 2 with a strikeout so far. The Blue Jays have just 2 hits. Back-to-back hits with 1 out in the 1st. That's been it. They scored a run in the 3rd on the back-to-back walks issued by Bumgarner. And then Edwin Encarnacion, after a stolen base, drove in Donaldson. The only Blue Jays run.
The defense helped out a little bit right there. Helped the Blue Jays out. The error by the third baseman allowed Bautista to get into scoring position and take the double play away from the Giants.
Encarnacion hit a tailor-made double play ball to the shortstop, but because Bautista had advanced, there was no double play in order, and Jose ended up at third, but that's where he was stranded. 2-1 ball game. A spectacular ballpark with great views no matter where you sit. Blue Jays have a lot of family and friends here on this trip. A lot of guys are from the Bay Area. Tulowitzki, Biagini are from the Bay Area. Kevin Pillar's wife is from the Sacramento area, not far away. Darwin Barney's from Oregon, so a lot of his family and friends have come down.
Saw the Osuna family down on the field today.
The young twins, 13 years old. They're very good baseball players, and Roberto's father, Roberto Sr., and his mom are here. A lot of families are here. It's a great stop, especially since they only come here once every 2 or 3 years. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, and Kevin Pillar deflects it and stays alive.
Boy, I love that slow curveball. I'd like to see pitchers start to use that just a little bit more. It just messes up your timing like you wouldn't know. You have to have confidence in throwing it. It really messed up the swing of Kevin Pillar there. Kevin was way out in front.
Well, we saw the effectiveness of that curveball when we saw A.J. Griffin of the Rangers and Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers. They both used it very effectively. Josh Donaldson is on deck. He's been on base both times he's come to the plate this afternoon. You have to have tremendous confidence to throw that slow breaking ball. You know, pitchers are always concerned about getting hit, and to throw anything less than 100% is counterintuitive.
I've asked Mark Gubazal, who was a really great pitcher with Kansas City and some other teams in the major leagues. I said, what was the biggest thing you learned as you had a couple of years in the big leagues? That confidence to throw that BP fastball.
So fly ball into right. Pence is there, makes the catch. 2 fly ball outs in the 5th.
You had a chance to catch a guy who threw a great BP fastball. Wasn't Dave Steve like that?
Yeah, he was. And what that means is you throw a fastball with less than 100% effort, and you create movement, you mess up the timing of hitters, and it becomes a very effective pitch. But you can have a lot of confidence.
You have to have confidence. You can't be afraid that you're going to get hit, because sometimes you are. You're going to get hit.
Well, you want it to get hit because it's going to be hit off the end of the bat. Josh Donaldson has singled and walked.
Bumgarner's got a little bit of an edge because he throws a slow curveball. And you combine that with the harder curveball and his fastball, that's a lot of things that a hitter has to digest at the plate.
Josh Donaldson hasn't homered since May 1st at Tampa Bay. That's just outside of the bag at third.
I don't have one. I think I got a couple more things to worry about than getting your ball right now.
So Donaldson 0 for 1 or 1 for 1 today has gone 33 at bats without a home run. He also hasn't had an RBI. He has scored 5 runs during that stretch.
Hitters are always searching, trying to find something. Right now, Josh is trying to find something. Says he likes to slow things down, especially off of a breaking ball, and he likes to create bat speed when it's going through the zone. Not when he starts it, when it goes through the zone. And he said one of the ways he does that is he keeps his hands right off the shoulder.
Donaldson rips that one into left.
And he did it right there. Put the bat on the shoulder, kept his hands up, didn't drop them. His leg kick wasn't as high, and he's got his second hit of the afternoon. Watch how slow it is. See where the bat is? That's to slow his hands down and creates bat speed coming through the strike zone.
He understands his swing so well. And he talks about many hitters, how they decelerate to make contact. He accelerates through the baseball. That's how he hits the ball so far, and he's not that big of a guy. He's strong, of course, but he's not physically imposing.
He has a lot of moving parts in his swing, but you know what? It works for him, and he gets his whole body into it.
Jose Bautista, he's been on base twice. He had an infield hit off the glove of Joe Panik. Panik actually dove and grabbed the ball, tried a backflip to second base and threw wide. So it was a base hit, and on the play Donaldson went from first to third.
Here's a time right here for Jose to sell out right here. 2-0, 2 outs. Can sell out looking for one pitch in one area.
Away from him right there. He was thinking inner half, I'm sure. It'll be interesting to see if Bumgarner elevates a pitch in this at bat. He's used that high fastball against Bautista. You can hear Bumgarner every time he makes a bad pitch. He hollers at himself. We saw that with Clayton Kershaw when the Dodgers were at Rogers Center last weekend.
Saw it with Jake Peavy just the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys are competitors, right? Gamers. They want to succeed.
Bautista hits it hard. Duffy takes his time. Donaldson's forced at second. Blue Jays are done in the top half of the fifth. Madison Bumgarner has a 2-1 lead.
Don't forget the Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight, and we've got a good one for you. Game 7, Blues, Stars, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Sportsnet. Buck, you and Tabby going to the game tonight in Dallas?
Probably not, Barry.
Can I have your tickets then?
Yeah, I've got front row. Yep. Right on the red line. Now, I got a big day planned tomorrow. I got to get my rest.
We probably get in late, don't we?
Late. It'll be very late.
I think it's 9 something. We get in 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight.
Yep. So we'll enjoy the off day. Top of the order for the Giants. Bernard Spanjo, Panic, and Matt Duffy. Giants scored 2 runs in the bottom of the second. The Blue Jays got a run in the top of the third, and that's been it. 3 runs and 8 hits in the ball game. Both clubs have kicked it around defensively. The Giants have made 2 errors, and the Blue Jays have been charged with 1. Blue Jays bullpen a little bit thin today, given the fact that Osuna's probably not available. He's pitched 3 days in a row. Gavin Floyd would be available. He had been shut down last night because of back-to-back appearances. Jesse Chavez will probably be prominent early in this ball game if needed.
No Brett Cecil. He will join the ball club in Texas. Congratulations to Brett and his family.
Ground ball, base hit up the middle to Nod Span. That's his first hit of the series. He is now 1 for 8.
Bruce Bochy has talked about getting that guy going right there to help out this offense, to ignite him. Whole thing about that at bat was Stroman fell behind 2-0 and he had to come in there with that fastball. So now Bochy, he's in the driver's seat. He can do something here if he wants to. He can start that runner.
Joe Panic. He is 1 for 9 in this 3-game series. Pan looks like he wants to run. Strike 1. That's the best way to shut down the running game. Throw strike 1. Eliminate the number of pitches that a runner will have to steal on. We mentioned Span has 4 stolen bases, but he's been caught 4 times. Ground ball up the middle. Tulowitzki can't knock it down. Back-to-back ground ball. Base hits here in the 5th.
There's been a few of those this afternoon. Some seeing eye hits that make their way into the outfield. After the leadoff hit by Bernard Span, Joe Panic shows no panic by just taking this one right back through the middle, right under the glove of Tulowitzki. And that sets a stage for the Giants to do something dramatic here.
San Francisco, coming in this game, has lost 3 straight, and they've been outscored 9-1 in those 3 losses. But you see their approach. They're not a big, wild swinging team. It's kind of a surprise they've struggled so much to score runs.
They'll take their walks. They're up there in the National League when it comes to team walks. They've got a very good on-base percentage, and they've got great approaches at the plate. That's been the mystery, that they have not been able to sustain innings.
They have the 3rd fewest strikeouts in the major leagues. They put the bat on the ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Giants threatening to add to their lead. Stroman throws it right by Matt Duffy. Duffy singled to right in the 1st.
Marcus is always 1 pitch away, isn't he? Because he can sink the ball, he can cut the ball. He's 1 pitch away of throwing a ground ball and getting a double play.
And beat that tag back into second base. Just down. 3 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. Matt Duffy, number 3 hitter in the Giants lineup. The cleanup man, Buster Posey, is on deck.
Boy, he is all over the strike zone. Did you see the reaction after that pitch was called a ball? He went, wow. So he threw a better one.
Posey 1 for 2 this afternoon. Nobody out. This is a 3-2 pitch. Another pickoff, and they had a good shot at him. Barney with the slap tag. Looked like they tagged him out.
The tag looked a little high. If he could have got the ball down into the dirt, that's why he is going in to talk to Stroman so John Gibbons and his crew can take a look at it. Watch where the tag is. Up high, right at the elbow area. If the throw was right on the bag and he could have got it down in front of the bag, I think he's out.
The Blue Jays are taking their time to get confirmation whether or not they should ask for the replay.
I don't think there's enough evidence there. You can see the throws on the first base side of the bag, and when he goes to tag him, he misses and then tags him back on his elbow.
Your instincts, of course, are to tag the hand, but if you had the presence to just put the glove in front of the base, guy would come right in there. They'd try it again. That one wasn't close. Kevin Pillar keeping an eye on all of this. Every time there's a play, he comes in a few steps to back it up just in case there's an errant throw. There go the runners. Ball 4. Bruce Bochy, you mentioned there, Scufflin to score runs, so Bochy had the runners on the move with the number 3 hitter.
And I think the Blue Jays had an inkling that they were. They tried a couple of pickoff plays, missed. And Bochy stuck to his guns and started those runners. You can see Market, he's not happy with the strike zone. He is asking Russell Martin, hey, where are those pitches? What am I doing wrong here? I'm not getting those calls.
Chad Girardo, the lefty, will start to loosen up for the Blue Jays. Well, we saw the similar reaction from Madison Bumgarner early in the ball game in the first inning. He complained about a couple of pitches to Josh Donaldson. And then in that same inning, he had a couple of borderline pitches called in his favor on Edwin Encarnacion, including strike 3. Tough spot for the Blue Jays and Stroman. Bases loaded, nobody out. Buster Posey. Posey snapped an 0 for 18 with the first inning single to right. That was one off his longest 0 for of his career, 0 for 19.
Yeah, you have to go all the way back to 2013 when he went 0 for 19.
Russell did a good job of receiving that strike. Evens the count.
You know, one of the problems that the Giants have had not scoring runs is Buster Posey has not been hitting with runners in scoring position. He's been their cleanup hitter. He's been their best hitter over the years. He just hasn't been able to come up with big hits for them, especially in these situations here with guys on base. He's had 5 hits all year with runners in scoring position.
That's hard to fathom. 5 hits, 32 at bats coming into this game. Brandon Crawford, he's had 7. He too is supposed to be a run producer. 1-2. Stroman really working for the strikeout in this situation.
And to the credit of the Giants, they've laid off some really tough pitches for Marcus. That time it looked like a changeup. He was trying to get Posey out in front on. Well, if he's had a good curveball in his bag of tricks, this would be a good time to use it right here for the strikeout.
2-2. Ground ball. Donaldson will go to second for one. Return throw is in time. Posey called out at first, and Denard Span comes in to score on the double play. No RBI for Posey. What a play by Donaldson to start that double play.
He made a play the other night to end the ball game going to his left, and I asked him about that. He said, you know what, I lost the ball initially off the bat, but then saw it, stabbed at it, made the play, and finished off that ball game. He's made a play like that going to his left already today and throwing across the diamond. That time, that was a nifty little double play. Started by Donaldson. He goes to his left, and watch how quickly he gets up and throws a strike to Darwin Barney. Darwin does the rest.
Hunter Pence goes after the first pitch and hits it into the air in center. Kevin Pillar missed it. A run is in, and Pence ends up at second. Kevin Pillar's had a couple of tough routes in this series, and it kept expecting that ball to cut back. He never really turned and ran toward the fence. He kind of tried to side saddle it all the way back and never got back deep enough.
It's a similar play that we saw the other night from Kevin Pillar. He should be looking over his right shoulder, turn and face the other way, but you can see that ball slicing back on him and slicing back on him, so his route looks like a banana. It's not straight to the ball. He starts to curve and slice after that ball, and he can't come up with it. It's a clutch 2-out hit for the Giants.
Hunter Pence once again driving in a run with a runner in scoring position. He had 22 to start this game. He was tied for the lead in the National League. I'm giving him 23. It's a 4-1 Giants lead.
This is the play that we were just talking about. It was against the batter at the plate right now, Brandon Crawford, a fly ball in the 9th inning, and you can see Kevin gets turned around. He's just not real sure of that ball. He was expecting that ball to slice, and it actually went like a pull type of hit.
Kevin Pillar came into this ballpark to play for the first time, well aware of the windy conditions, and he did a lot of work trying to get accustomed to how that ball's going to fly here.
That ball hooked on him. And the Hunter Pence ball looked like it sliced on him.
Crawford fouls it out of play. We mentioned it's Giant lineup, not a real powerful lineup, and a lot of those hitters are going to have that inside-out swing, and that's going to impact the ball with spin to create that slice on it, whether it's a righty or lefty. Hunter Pence, that ball sliced away from Pillar in center. Bouncing ball. Barney at second. That'll end the inning, but the Giants, for a second time in this ball game, scored 2 runs in the inning. They've taken a 4-1 lead. Hunter Pence with another clutch RBI.
Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by the all-new Honda Civic, now available with Turbo, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Afternoon baseball here in the city by the bay. Madison Bumgarner, 3 hitting the Blue Jays in the first 5 innings, and 2 of those hits came in the first inning. Second and third batter of the game, Donaldson and Bautista with hits.
And an error in the first 3 batters of the ball game. Eddie buckled down and did not give up a run in that first inning.
Hard foul way down the left field line. Blue Jays trying to take this 3-game series, sweep the series. Breaking ball missed the outside. Bumgarner has gone 3-0 in his last 3 starts coming into this game with a 180 earned run average. He's got a 284 career earned run average in this ballpark. And this is the first time the Blue Jays have faced Madison Bumgarner. And there'll be another walk. He continues to pitch very carefully around the meat of the order. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership.
Now wait a minute. I have seen a lot of cool Lego things, but nothing like that. Of Buster Posey?
Very cool Lego Buster Posey.
I've seen buildings and I've seen ships and houses. Never seen a catcher in that stance. Very impressive.
Buster Posey, 29 years old. Posey's caught 3 no-hitters. He has also won the Most Valuable Player Award on a very short list of catchers to win the National League Most Valuable Player Award.
Johnny Bench has got to be on that list twice.
Johnny Bench is on it twice. Roy Campanella won 3 awards. Gabby Hartnett and Ernie Lombardi, the other catchers that have won National League MVP awards, as the Giants have double barrel action. Hunter Strickland and Josh Osik. Tulowitzki stays alive. Troy was born in Santa Clara, down in the southern end of San Francisco Bay near San Jose. Grew up in Northern California, went to college in Southern California, played college baseball at Long Beach State. Officially California State University at Long Beach. Ground ball. Crawford shovels to Panic. Back to first. Double play. A lot of Blue Jay fans here, and there's a very good idea. Blue Jay fan, very proud to sport the hat and t-shirts, sailing in McCovey's Cove. You deserve to be on TV.
How cool is that? They got their wash up there, trying it out in the sun.
That's very cool. Russell Martin batting with nobody on and 2 outs. One and 1 count to the Blue Jays catcher. Martin has struck out and grounded back to the pitcher. Strike two.
Man, he is making some good pitches right here to Russell. You can't get down on yourself. I mean, the guy out there is paid to get outs too. You know, but when he makes a mistake, be ready to hit it.
Bumgarner has now thrown 105 pitches, working with 2 outs here in the 6th.
His season high is 114, so he's getting close.
Darwin Barney starting today in place of Ryan Goins with the lefty on the mound. Fly ball to right. Pence backing up a few steps right on the edge of the warning track. Hauls it in, and the Blue Jays, after the leadoff walk, double play fly out. Go to the bottom of the 6th.
Fans, Sportsnet Jays Care broadcast auction presented by TD is coming soon. It takes place during our national broadcast of the Blue Jays and Rays on May the 18th. 12 unique Blue Jays experiences and packages up for bids. Visit bluejays.com/broadcast auction to see the very impressive list of prizes available. All funds will go to Jays Care as they go beyond the ballpark for over 62,000 children and youth across Canada in 2016. Always a great event on our network, Buck.
It sure is, Barry Davis. Everybody always looks forward to that, and it's always great to see Ivanka Osmak playing hostess to the auction. She does a terrific job to create interest in those auction items. Connor Gillespie grounds out to the second baseman, 1 down. Stroman, 5 1/3, 8 hits, 2 earned runs. The Giants have a 4-1 lead. First pitch strike to Gregor Blanco. Blanco had an RBI double in the 2nd. Shot a ball down the right field line. Drove home Brandon Crawford with the first run of this ball game.
That was a big at bat. Blue Jays were playing in at the corners, expecting a bunt after the first 2 batters got on, and Bruce Bochy, trying to ignite that offense, crossed up the Blue Jays, let him swing away, hit a double.
Change up in there for a strike. It's 1-2. Fouled at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Miguel Blanco not started in the game last night. It was Jared Parker who started. Blanco opened up the series on Monday night.
Tell you what, the wheels are spinning right now, aren't they? You got a reliever warming up down in the pen. You got the pitcher spot on deck. As Blanco goes down, now let's see what they're going to do here.
Madison Bumgarner is swinging a bat. He's going to come to the plate and hit. So that should shut down the bullpen for the Giants, at least for the time being.
Unless he doesn't want to burn a pinch hitter, lets him hit and then makes a pitching change. I mean, he's up over 100 pitches.
That's
right?
a good possibility. Let's just let Bumgarner hit, not have to use a pinch hitter. Swinging like that, I can see why.
Yeah, he's thinking about leaving here.
That's a great point. Pitcher Josh Osich is standing by. Looks like he's ready. A check swing tapper towards second. Easy play for Barney. That ends the inning. And now we'll see if Bumgarner stays in the game, or they'll go to the pen. We'll go to the 7th. Giants have a 4-1 lead.
Your chance to capture the cup with Sportsnet. We're providing fans the opportunity to win a trip to the Stanley Cup Final, giving away a pair of tickets and flight and accommodation. The more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Capture the cup with Sportsnet. It won't be long before we find out which team will capture the cup this year, Buck.
Absolutely, Barry. There's some Game 7s coming up, and it should be a great finish to the preliminary rounds until we get to that Stanley Cup Final. Darwin Barney leading things off. He is in the 7th spot in the order. Andy Burns has grabbed the bat. He's come out on deck to bat for Carrera.
You know, and just like that, Bruce Bochy picks up on that, and he gets a right-hander warming up down in his bullpen. So he's got a righty and a lefty, depending on what the Blue Jays decide to do here at the bottom of their lineup.
Ground ball backhanded by Duffy. Takes his time. In time at first. 1 down.
Well, I like how Duffy stayed down on that ball. He's a good-looking fielder. He's signed as a shortstop. In fact, their second baseman, shortstop, and third baseman were all signed as shortstops, and now they find him in the same infield. He stayed down on that ball, kept the glove down, and timed that hop perfectly to get the first out.
So Andy Burns will get another opportunity to pinch hit. He's batting for Carrera. Michael Saunders has grabbed the bat. He's coming out on deck to bat for Stroman. Gerardo hustling down to the bullpen to get loose. Bumgarner and Josh Osich are ready in the Giants bullpen. Pulled foul off the bat of Burns. Strike on the inside corner. We haven't seen many inside strikes from Bumgarner. He's pitched the majority of the day away.
Especially the big right-handed batters that the Blue Jays have in the middle of their lineup.
Andy Burns goes to first, hit by the pitch, and that hit the umpire as well.
Make your renovation a cut above during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
Lombard Street, the storied Crooked Street here in San Francisco, takes you up to Coit Tower. Michael Saunders, he will pinch hit for Marcus Stroman. And Stroman's day will come to an end. Saunders had an RBI single in the game on Monday night. He had 3 hits in the game last night, including a triple. Goes after the first pitch and pops it up. Panic backpedaling onto the outfield grass and makes the catch. Chris Bochy's coming out of the Giants dugout. He's going to make the call to the bullpen. Kevin Pillar, the right-hander, is the scheduled batter.
He pushed Madison Bumgarner as far as he can go. A season high in pitches for Bumgarner. He pitches into the 7th inning, and now he will turn it over to the bullpen. See if they can bring it home the rest of the way. Fans are giving him a standing ovation here.
Madison Bumgarner has always pitched well in this ballpark. He's in line for the win. 3-0 in his last 3 starts coming into this game. Monday night, he is back into this ball game.
15 games, 13 of them have been scoreless. No record, a .245 earned run average. He has been really tough on right-handed batters. He's got that frisbee-like slider that is a swing and miss pitch. And there it is.
Big sweeping slider catches the outside corner. Jumps ahead of Kevin Pillar. Pillar's 0 for 3 this afternoon. He struck out against Bumgarner in the 3rd. Blue Jays again offensively have been stymied. 1 run on 3 hits as they bat in the 7th. Blue Jays got hits from Donaldson and Bautista in the first, and then Donaldson had a single in the fifth.
You can see how Guerin is so tough on right-handers with that sidearm slinging motion.
Pilar hits it into center. Span is there, and the inning is over. So Corey Guerin comes up to close out the seventh. We'll go to the bottom of the seventh. Madison Bumgarner in line for the win. The Giants lead it 4-1. Lots going on in the early games this afternoon, and that he's driving that boat, but I hope he's not drinking.
Which one's driving?
He's got the wheel. They're not having any fun, are they?
No, not at all. Wow.
They figured out how to get that boat in the water. Now they're enjoying their labors.
Those were the same guys. Getting the boat in. Chad Girardo now 4 games this year. His first batter efficiency, 3 out of the 4 batters. No record, 225 earned run average. He is in now. He will face the 2 first batters here, left-handers. Span and Panic. Michael Saunders stays in the ball game in left field.
First pitch strike to Bernard Span. Picked up his first hit of the series back in the 5th, came around to score. Breaking ball, strike 2. Span scored on the double play ground out by Buster Posey. First of 2 runs the Giants scored in the 5th. Just off the plate, Russell Martin held it for the umpire, Tony Randazzo, to have a real good look at it, but he didn't get the call.
You can see why Girardo can be tough against left-handers. That side-arming type of motion, a lot like Aaron Luke. You see he starts over on the first base side of that pitching rubber and almost throws the ball behind left-handed hitters.
That's fouled out of play. Aaron Loop still probably 3 weeks, maybe a month away. Just now starting to throw off the mound once again, and he's got to get plenty of action. And it's obvious, you think about how long pitchers take to get ready in spring training, and he's just now starting spring training.
Yep, basically. So it's going to take 2-3 weeks to get ready. I'm sure the plan right now for the Blue Jays in this inning with Girardo is he's got the lefties Span and Panic. I told you earlier this day that John Gibbons is very good at putting his players, especially his relief pitchers, in positions to be successful. Your job, get those two lefties, and then I'll turn it over to Joe Biagini to face the right-handers.
Donaldson makes the play on the line drive to third. Marcus Stroman. He is in line for the loss. He has not lost in 15 straight starts going back to 2014. He threw 103 pitches, and he was off early but then settled down. The defense really created problems for him. They did make some plays behind him today.
He gave up 4 runs, but only 2 of them were earned because of those errors. Yeah, and you're right. He will be on the hook for the loss, which would stop that streak at 15, falling 5 short of Roy Halladay's team record.
There's Joe Biagini. He is from the Bay Area. He's got a lot of family and friends here, including high school coaches and people from his church and his family, and his dad, who played in the minor league system with the Giants for a couple of years.
Saw him on the field for 3 straight days with people, stands, interviews, television cameras. He's a rock star here.
Always great for a young player to appear in his hometown for the first time. Chad Girardo, 1-2 to Joe Panik. Strike 3. Russell Martin got that call. So Biagini's going to get a chance to pitch here in San Francisco. Chad Girardo gets his 2 lefties, does a good job. Line drive out and a strikeout. So he did his job, and now he will turn it over to Joe Panik. Joe Biagini will come in to face Matt Duffy when we come back to San Francisco. Joe Biagini, who grew up as a Giant fan in the Bay Area. He was born in Redwood City, lives in Santa Clara in the Bay Area, and he makes his debut here at AT&T Park in front of family and friends.
And he's done a really nice job for the Blue Jays. 7 games with a 1-1 record, 0.93 earned run average. He has the best ground ball percentage of any of the Toronto Blue Jay relievers. You can see why. It gets really on top of that fastball, and it's got good movement on it.
Matt Duffy, the third baseman, 1-for-2 with a walk. Up the middle, Barney backhands, throws across his body, and Biagini comes in and retires Duffy to end the 7th. Good job by Biagini and Girardo.
Jays anywhere. Download the Sportsnet app and stay up to speed with the live pitch tracker, in-depth stats, and exclusive video highlights. Plus, live stream on the go. Download for free today. I'm sure many fans in the stands with their apps open, and probably those Blue Jay fans out on their boat are watching the game, too.
Great opportunity to keep track of your favorite team, and there are always Blue Jay fans whenever the Blue Jays play on the road. Another great turnout here in San Francisco. Donaldson, Bautista, Encarnacion. Donaldson shows bunt, takes a ball. Josh has been on base all 3 times he's come to the plate. A couple of singles and a walk. He scored a run in the 3rd. His 32nd run scored this season. He has accounted for the only Blue Jays run this afternoon.
He knows what that feels like, being a third baseman. A guy squares around like that to try and drop a drag bunt down. Well, it succeeded because he brought in the third baseman, Matt Duffy. He was even with the bag. Now he's taking a couple of steps back, opening up that shot for Donaldson to hit it by him.
There's that breaking ball. Boy, it's a big sweeper. You described it perfectly when you said it was like a Frisbee pitch.
The Frisbee slider, and it's hard, too. It's a swing and miss pitch. And for right-handers, it's got to be tough. This is a little bit like Darren O'Day of the Baltimore Orioles, that sidearmer type of delivery with that breaking ball. It's a little bit harder.
Donaldson really trying to cover that outside pitch. He lost his balance, and Josh has as good a balance as anybody, but watch him really lean out over the plate to spoil that good pitch.
He has become such a good 2-strike hitter, hasn't he? Always thinking at the plate, making adjustments. It's the first time that they get to look at this Corey Guerin.
Donaldson with another hit into center field. Comes with 2 strikes again.
The all-new Honda Civic, now available with turbo. The 2016 North American Car of the Year.
The statue of the great Juan Marichal, the Hall of Famer. Pitched so many years here in San Francisco. First player from the Dominican Republic to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Jose Bautista fights off that inside pitch. I wonder if he's dialing up any Darren O'Day thoughts now.
He's had great success against him, hasn't he? A lot of success against Darren O'Day. I think he's got 4 home runs against him.
Yeah, he has really done a number on Darren O'Day. 0-1 to Bautista. Blue Jays need to get some more base runners on. This is popped up on the infield. Brandon Crawford fighting the sun, using that glove to shade his eyes, and makes the catch on Bautista. So Donaldson stays put at first. Encarnacion drove in Donaldson in the 3rd with a ground ball to short. Blue Jays haven't done much today. Donaldson has 3 of the 4 hits. Bautista has the other.
And that was an infield hit in that first inning. The Giants turning the tables on the Blue Jays today. This looks like a repeat of yesterday's game, doesn't it? Jay Happ was in total control. And the Giants scratched out a, well, they couldn't scratch out a run in that game. They got one in the first game. Today they've been able to scratch out just 1.
Both Sanchez on Monday and Happ on Tuesday were terrific in their starts. Stroman, he was kind of undermined by some shaky defense here. Marcus went 6 innings, allowed 8 hits. There's a drive into center. Donaldson makes the turn. He's going to go to 3rd on the base hit by Encarnacion. Donaldson having quite a day running the bases. He has a stolen base, goes 1st to 3rd on that base hit. He's got something cooking here.
Well, he knew that Bernard Span was not even going to attempt to try and throw the ball to him with a 3-run lead to 3rd base. So he's just going to go ahead and take that extra base. He took the extra base in the first inning on an error. Reads that the center fielder is going away from that ball, and there's not even a throw. He can just jog into third base. Sets the stage for Tulo.
So Troy Tulowitzki, who had the big 3 RBI game, including a home run last night, trying to recapture some of that magic. Josh Osich loosening up. He is joined now by Hunter Strickland, the right-hander. Osich was up earlier. Tulowitzki gets hit by the pitch. That's going to load the bases. Things getting interesting here in the 8th.
Never know where rallies are going to come from. Garrett came in and got Pilar easily to end the 7th, and he gives up a hit, a pop-up, another hit, and now he hits Tulowitzki to load the bases, and a golden opportunity for the Blue Jays to get back in this one.
Longtime pitching coach Dave Righetti out to talk to his pitcher here. It's a jam in the Blue Jays. Had a chance to get right back in this game. Dave Righetti was born in San Jose. 17th season as pitching coach. Played for 16 years and threw a no-hitter on the 4th of July for the Yankees.
That's the one thing about the Giants, stability. They've got a lot of stability in their coaches in front office here.
Brian Sabean, a longtime GM, is sporting 3 World Series rings. Russell Martin's had plenty of opportunities with runners on in this series. He struck out with the bases loaded to start this afternoon. Russell grounded out with the bases loaded on Monday night in the 1st inning. He needs a base hit here.
Yes, he does, for himself and for his team.
Went around quickly. 0-2.
This is where you got to just cut the field in half right here, don't you? Forget about trying to pull the ball. Just shorten your swing up. You got to make contact. You got to get the ball into the outfield somehow.
Fly ball to right. Pence is there. Tagging at third is Donaldson. The throw will go to second, and Russell Martin drives in Donaldson. That cuts the lead in half. It's now 4-2.
I'll tell you what, that was a pitch to hit, and he had a good approach at it, and he knows it. You can see the frustration on his face right there. He hit that ball hard. His teammates are congratulating him, but he wanted that pitch back. One more time when he got to first base. Man, I had it. That was a good pitch to hit.
Pitch he was looking for, and he hit it hard, but right to the right fielder. So now Justin Smoak is going to come off the bench, and Smoak is a switch hitter. So Bruce Bochy has the lefty and a righty. He's going to turn Smoak around. He's going to call for the left-hander. Josh Osich, and Smoak will go back and get his right-handed hitting helmet. Now, that's nice to have a switch hitter on your bench, isn't it? Blue Jays have scored a run here in the 8th, and they're threatening to get back in this ball game. Josh Osich is in to pitch to the pinch hitter, Justin Smoak.
Listed at 6'3", 230. It was a 6th-round draft pick of the Giants back in 2011. Look at those numbers right there. Left versus lefties, 074. Righties, 278. He's got a big arm. Upper 90s fastball with late life. His best pitch, though, is a very solid cutter. And Bruce Bochy doesn't miss a trick. He's going to turn Justin Smoak around.
Base hit to right field on the first pitch, and Conachon comes in to score. Tulowitzki stops at second, and Justin Smoak has made it a 1-run game.
Smoak coming into that at bat versus left-handers was 158 versus righties 341. So Bruce Bochy brought in the left-hander who throws hard. Justin Smoak had something for him, didn't he? First pitch, boom, base hit to get the Blue Jays 1 run closer.
Smoak has really been swinging the bat well. Unfortunately, he hasn't had him batting until that pinch hit appearance with the Blue Jays playing an interleague play. Encarnacion has to play first, and Smoak relegated to that pinch hitting role. Brian Goins batting for the pitcher in the 8th spot. Takes the first pitch outside.
Do you know what that base hit did for the Blue Jays? Other than getting a run closer. It guarantees them that Donaldson's going to hit in the 9th inning. When you fall behind and you're on the road, all you can ask for is a chance. Get your best hitters up there, and they're going to have a chance.
Ball 2. So Goins is batting for the pitcher's spot. It's the 8th. Michael Saunders pinch hit in the 7th inning. He's batting in the 9th spot. He'll be next if Goins can keep the inning alive. Tulowitzki at second, Smoak at first. Blue Jays trail by a run. Goins hits it into center field. Span is there, and the inning is over. But the Blue Jays make it a 4-3 ball game as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Now time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Kevin Barker in the Samsung broadcast studio.
Jays ticket packages are now available. You pick the games and reserve seats that get you closer to the action. Starting from 10 games up to a prorated full season, our account executives will find the package that best suits your needs. Go to BlueJays.com to learn about all the great benefits of being a Blue Jays ticket package holder. Luck.
Thank you very much, Barry Davis. It's a gorgeous afternoon here at AT&T Park in San Francisco. A lot of fans enjoying the great weather. Jesse Chavez into the ball game. He'll make his 13th appearance in this 1-run game.
Jesse Chavez last work on Sunday against the Dodgers, a 1/3 of an inning. He was charged with a couple of hits and an earned run. There are his numbers in 12 games. They're very good. Earned on average at 245. He's worked in 12 games for just 11 innings. Lefties have had their way against him. Ryan Goins stays in the game at second base. They were probably hoping for Biagini to stay in there, but they had a big top of the inning. They had to pinch hit for Biagini, so Jesse Chavez finds his way into the game, and his job right now, throw up a 0.
Upstairs, it's a 1-1 count on Buster Posey. Off-speed pitch, just foul down the third baseline. Chavez is the 4th Blue Jays pitcher to work here this afternoon. Stroman went 6. Chad Geronimo got 2 hitters. Biagini retired the only batter he faced. Santiago Casilla, the closer, loosening up for San Francisco. Jesse got that pitch in a good spot, tied up Buster Posey.
He will use that front door cutter to right-handed batters at times just to freeze them. He's got the ability now. He's been in the big leagues for a while. He's got that ability now to move the ball around the strike zone. He was telling me in spring training when he was younger, he didn't have that type of command.
Tulowitzki takes the grounder. Posey's retired.
But now he is able to throw the cutter on the outside part of the plate. He can front door it to right-handers. Use that big looping curveball that he has. I think he's going to be a valuable guy for the Blue Jays in that bullpen as they try to figure out what they're going to do late in the ball game. Osuna not available from what we understand because he has pitched 3 days in a row. So the back end today will be Jesse Chavez and Gavin Floyd.
John Gibbons just juggling his bullpen to see what kind of combination he can come up with to shut down the opposition late in the game.
Whoever gets hot first, it's your job. That's what you do as a manager sometimes. He's done that with the offense, where he has shuffled his lineup around trying to get somebody hot, and they're going to stay there as long as they stay hot. He'll do the same thing with his bullpen.
Hunter Pence had another 2-out RBI here this afternoon. That came in the 5th. Up the middle. Base hit for Pence. Kicked off the mound into center. Hunter Pence with a 2-hit afternoon.
He's got a very unique style, doesn't he, as a baseball player? You don't take his swing and say, okay, copy this because this is what you want to do. He might step in the bucket one time. His head might come flying out, but he always gets those hands through the baseball and finds a hole. I mean, that's his style. You can't teach it, but it's very successful.
He's had a fine career. Started out with Houston, played in Philadelphia, has had his most success right here with the Giants. Brandon Crawford, the shortstop, 1 for 3 with a run scored. Ball on the strike. Looking ahead to the top of the 9th, Michael Saunders will lead things off. He's in the number 9 spot. Then back to the top of the order. So Josh Donaldson will indeed come to the plate.
So you need a 0 here. Bruce Bochy knows that.
Fly ball. Saunders coming in left. Gets there and makes the catch. Crawford's retired.
So I thought they might try something there with the count 1-1. Maybe start that runner just to get the pressure, put some pressure on that defense. Chavez makes a good pitch.
Connor Gillespie got his first start of the season at first base this afternoon, filling in for Brandon Belt. He's been on base twice. He reached on an error and scored in the second, had a single to center in the fourth. 4-3 ball game. Blue Jays scoring 2 runs in the top half of the 8th. Santiago Castilla, the closer. Castilla has 7 saves. He's 1-0 with 7 saves. He is ready to come on to pitch the top of the 9th. Three and 1. Chavez has just got to keep him at bay here.
Needs to make the adjustment right now. Everything is away from Gillespie. Make the adjustment. Make a good pitch. You got to throw up a 0. Give a chance, yourself a chance in the 9th.
Staying away, hit that outside corner. Might have gotten the call from the umpire.
This is where the Giants do their best work, isn't it?
2 outs. Yep. Pence at first. He'll be off on the pitch. There he goes. Ball 4. Boy, that's a big walk. The Giants now have a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, it gets a guy in scoring position. It gets a fresh count to Blanco. And you got to get Blanco because the pitcher spot is next, and look who's on deck.
Blanco in the 8th spot had an RBI double. And there's Brandon Belt, who has come out getting loose to bat for the pitcher. There's a first pitch strike from Chavez. 4-3 ball game. Blue Jays love to come back in this one. They've won the first 2 games of this series. Breaking ball. Goins at second. What a nice play. Ryan Goins came on as a pinch hitter, took over defensively at second, and gets Chavez out of the bottom of the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. The Blue Jays down by a run. Michael Saunders, Kevin Pillar, and Josh Donaldson against the Giants closer. The closer, Santiago Casilla, making his 14th appearance. He is 7 for 9 in save opportunities, and he'll deal with some tough hitters in the Blue Jays lineup here in the ninth.
Casilla has been around. He originally signed with Oakland as an undrafted free agent in 2000, found his way over to San Francisco, and when Sergio Romo, who's been hurt, went on the disabled list, Casilla took over. He's 7 for 9 in saves, 1.46 earned run average. Brandon Belt stays in the game over at first base. He was on deck. Casilla's got a big arm and a good curveball.
Casilla has really been on a roll of late. He deals with Michael Saunders. The first pitch is outside. Opponents are batting 143 against Casilla and are just 2 for their last 22. So he's been firing nothing but blanks lately.
He's got a good arm. Big fastball. And he likes to pitch inside.
2-0.
And that might be a good thing for some of these right-handed hitters for the Blue Jays.
Michael Saunders came on as a pinch hitter in the 7th and popped out to end the inning. Michael had a good series, had a 3-hit game last night, including a triple, pair of singles and a triple. He scored 2 runs. And then in the opener on Monday night, in an RBI single, he was 1 for 3 in that game. So he's had a 4-hit series. Blue Jays need a base runner. Breaking ball strike. It's 2-2. Another breaking ball tapped foul by Saunders. Kevin Pillar's on deck. And then Josh Donaldson, who's had a big day at the plate. Gavin Floyd loosening up. Roberto Osuna has pitched in 3 straight days, so he is not available this afternoon.
That is a spike curveball. He spikes it and he gets a tremendous spin on it. Uses it as a strikeout pitch. He's got 99 saves as a Giant. Looking for number 100 right here. Puts him in the top 6 of all time in Giant history for saves.
Full count. Casillas' younger brother Jose has just been promoted by the Giants to AAA Sacramento. He's 6 years younger than Santiago. He too is a pitcher. Full count to the leadoff man here in the 9th, and Michael Saunders trying to get aboard. Pulls it foul. Tim Leeper found the Blue Jay fan with that foul ball.
Not hard to do. They're everywhere, especially right around the dugout area.
Casilla took too much time. Saunders asked and was granted timeout. Fly ball is centered deep. Spine is back at the track, at the wall. Home run, Saunders. It ties it up. Just the second home run Casilla has given up, and it's a game-tying home run, number 5 for Saunders.
What an at-bat for Michael Saunders. He battled, he fell behind, he got the count in his favor at 3-2. He knew he didn't want to walk him, not with the big boys coming up, so he guessed right. Got a pitch out over the plate, and he crushed that ball. 399 to dead center field to tie this baby up.
So it's another blown save for Casilla, his 3rd of the season. Madison Bumgarner will be tagged with a no decision. What an at bat by Michael Saunders. He fouled off a couple real tough pitches. Kevin Pillar hits it on the ground. Crawford throws him out.
Take a look at this swing. He was fouling off some tough pitches and then got one to his liking. It was up and it was out over the plate. And one thing that we have seen from Michael this year, he's got some power to center field.
Hit a couple of home runs in Tampa Bay. He had some words for John Gibbons. Maybe he made him a promise on the way to home plate. Josh Donaldson has had a big day. He's been on base 4 times. All 4 times he's come to the plate. 3 singles. He's walked and scored a pair of runs, and he has a stolen base. Pops this one up. Brandon Belt, first baseman, makes the catch. Michael Saunders with his 5th home run of the season. He's had a heck of a series here in San Francisco. He had a 3-hit game last night, had an RBI single in the opener on Monday.
Comes up big against a closer who has been dealing. Doesn't give up many home runs. Now the Blue Jays have to finish it off. They have fought all the way back here the last couple of innings. Now they got to finish the job.
Jose Bautista that inside breaking ball catches the corner. Jose has singled, walked, and officially gone 1 for 3 so far. Almost hit him.
Told you he likes to pitch inside. Not afraid to go in there. So if you're Jose, it's 1-1. Maybe look for one there. See if you can hit it into the bleachers in left field.
He's been good at that in the past. 2-1. Bautista walked for the 28th time this season, back in the 3rd. Three and 1. Encarnacion is on deck. Casilla with his 3rd blown save of the season and has coughed it up here in the 9th.
4th for the San Francisco Giants. 3rd most.
3-1. Hot shot, just foul, and Matt Duffy was standing on the 3rd base foul line, guarding against double down the line.
Outfielders are deep. No doubles defense. The infield is deep. You can see the 3rd baseman on the line. A ball cannot go between him and that line fair. Or Jose is going to be in scoring position.
Bautista walks for a 2nd time. That'll bring Encarnacion to the plate. 2 outs. Garcia now falling behind these Blue Jay hitters. Saunders put up quite a battle.
Yes, he did. He really made him work. Other hitters might swing at those pitches. I'll tell you what, Donaldson and Bautista and Encarnacion, they're very patient. And they are waiting for you to make a mistake.
That check swing appeal down to the first base umpire, Dan Bellino, and Encarnacion is called for the swing. Popped up. Shortstop Crawford battling the sun, gets out into shallow left and makes the catch. And the inning is over. But the Blue Jays have tied it up in the top of the 9th. A blown save tagged to Casilla as Michael Saunders in his second at bat of the afternoon goes deep to straightaway center. His 5th of the season. It's a 4-4 game. Drive the Game is brought to you by the all-new Honda Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Michael Saunders has 33 hits this season, 15 of them for extra bases, and none bigger than this one here. 9th inning, fights to get the count back to 3-2, and hammers his 5th home run over the 399 side in dead center field, giving the Blue Jays a chance to win this one. Michael Saunders has this afternoon's drive of the game.
Blue Jays scored 2 in the 8th and 1 in the 9th to tie it. Brandon Belt took over defensively at first base. He is batting in the 9th position in this lineup. Nope. Started the first 2 games of this series. He had his 8-game hit streak snapped in last night's game. He went 0 for 3 with a walk. Popped up. Kevin Pillar battling the sun, using that glove to shade his eyes. 1 down. Let's check in with Tim and Sid. Coming up right after this game. Thanks, fellas. It's always good to hear from you, and that'll be after this ball game. Leadoff man Denard Span has gone 1 for 3 and an RBI and a ground out in the 2nd. Singleton scored in the 5th, lined out in the 7th. Two balls and no strikes.
He can run a little bit. I'd like to see him stay off the bases. Chavez has to make a pitch here.
Three and 0. Chavez, you can see, turns his back on the home plate umpire as he had to turn it back to have a look. Russell Martin still having a discussion with Tony Randazzo about that last pitch and several others earlier in the afternoon.
And that's why Span had to step out of the batter's box. Taken all the way.
Ball 4. A 1-out walk. Second baseman Joe Panik. He has a single today. Panik is 1 for 4. He grounded into a double play in the first.
This is your inning right here. John Gibbons doesn't have anybody warming up. He's got faith in Jesse Chavez. He said, hey, this is your inning. Get us into extra innings.
Just inside on the first pitch. It's ball 1 to Joe Panik. Panik called out on strikes his last time up facing Chad Gerardo. That was in the 7th. High fly ball deep to center, but not far enough. Kevin Pillar had to dive for that ball. That wind was playing tricks on him, and he almost got away from him. He's had some problems in this ballpark dealing with the sun, and he might have lost that right in the last minute in the sun and then had to dive for it to make the catch.
He used to look very unsure out there. I think the wind has something to do with it. I think now the sun today, you can see he's camped under it, and then at the last minute picks it back up and has to dive for it. You and I were talking in between the breaks. We know how good Kevin Pillar is, but think about how good Willie Mays is playing in this same type of wind.
There's a base hit to right. McDuffie singles his second hit of the afternoon. First pitch swinging, and that'll bring Buster Posey to the plate. And that'll get the crowd on their feet here in San Francisco. So Buster Posey, who snapped a 0 for 18 in his first at-bat with a single to right, has since gone 0 for 3. He's 1 for 4 on the afternoon.
And we were talking the last time that he was up, hitting with runners in scoring position, just 3 for his last 27 headed into this game.
Two outs. Late on that fastball. Posey at the plate in the 5th with the bases loaded and nobody out, grounded into a double play. So his problems continue with runners in scoring position. He gets jammed on that inside pitch. You talk about Jesse and his ability to throw that cutter inside.
Yeah, he can front door to some of those right-handed hitters. Buster Posey is a great hitter. He's batting champion in 2012 when he hit .336. Right now, he's just off a tick. Got beat with that fastball and was able to foul it off.
Chavez gets Posey to foul it into the seats.
Guard Span can run at second base too, and he's getting a big lead. There's 2 strikes and 2 outs, so he can get a big lead. The infielders can't really keep him close because they've got to play deep. You can see where Cohens and Tulowitzki are playing. They're playing deep because they've got to knock any ground ball down and keep it on the infield. So Span can get a huge lead.
Breaking ball to Tulowitzki. He'll go to second to force it. And we're going to go to extra innings. The Blue Jays are 1-1 in extra innings so far this season. It's a 4-4 game. On to the 10th.
Rogers customers get free VIP Blue Jays experiences like alumni meet and greet, seat upgrades, offers, and more with Game Plus, part of the MLB.com ballpark app. Learn more at BlueJays.com/Game Plus. Buck?
Thank you very much, Barry Davis. And what a beautiful shot that is of McCovey's Cove. And there's a lot going on here at this ballpark. And we are going to the 10th inning. Hunter Strickland will make his appearance. He has pitched in this series earlier. He pitched on Monday night.
Had a very successful inning. Struck out 2 of the 3 batters that he faced, Russell Martin and Andy Burns. 15 games this year. He doesn't have a record either, but a very good earned run average of .321. Got a good curveball, good arm.
For the Blue Jays, it'll be Troy Tulowitzki, Russell Martin, and then the pitcher's spot. The pitcher is in the 7th spot in the Blue Jays one. First pitch, strike to Tulowitzki. Hard breaking ball, 0-2.
That's one thing that we have seen from this bullpen from the San Francisco Giants. They've got a lot of guys who can spin the baseball. Guerin, Law, Casilla, and now Strickland all have good power breaking balls.
2 of their veteran arms are on the disabled list right now, George Cantos and Sergio Romo. They say they might get Cantos back in a week. It's about 3 weeks before they plan on Romo being back.
He was down in the bullpen throwing again this morning, so he's getting closer.
Tulowitzki got hit by a pitch in the 8th. That contributed to the Blue Jays' 2 runs. 2-2 pitch. He strikes out. Strickland gets him for the first out of the top half of the 10th.
Hey, this guy's got a good arm. Hunter Strickland. Cleaned him off waivers from the Pirates. He blew that one right by Tulowitzki.
Isn't it funny when you see a guy like this and you say he was claimed off waivers and go, wow, Pirates must be loaded. They give up an arm like this. Russell Martin, the catcher. Russell had a sac fly in the 8th, part of that two-run rally. But he was disappointed. He didn't do a better job hitting with the bases loaded. He could plate just one. Look at R.A. Dickey's got a helmet on. As the only extra bat they have.
Well, the pitcher spot is next, and they do have Josh Tolley, but you can't use him.
Last catcher.
He's your last catcher. So one of those pitchers who has experience in the National League, they're going to be hitting here.
Happ had a base hit in his start last night. He's got a bat. Dickey's got a helmet on.
You think Happ's hitting and Dickey's running if he gets on? There's Josh Tolley.
No, I think they got Dickey in case they make a pitching change, but they wouldn't make a pitching change for a pitcher, would they?
No.
Outside, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The beauty of interleague play.
I love it. I mean, there's so many possibilities. If he hits a double, they might pinch run for him and then let Tolley. You know, there's so many different things you can conjure up here. Better be on your toes if you play in the National League.
Yeah, everybody's got to be ready to play. Outside, it's a full count.
Good eye. That ball has been a pitch off the plate all afternoon long.
It's really interesting. The Giants haven't complained about there not being a batter in the on-deck circle.
I don't think they know who they're going to use. I think it depends on what Russell does.
Well, at least you got to have Jesse Chavez out there. He's the next scheduled batter. Obviously, it's not a big deal, but generally teams will complain about that. Say, hey, give us an idea who's might hit there. Russell Martin trying to get aboard. There's one out here in the top of the 10th. It's a 4-4 game. Giants about to hit the Blue Jays 10-7. Ball 4. Russell Martin reaches, and now we have a choice. It's going to be R.A. Dickey because he's going to bunt. No. Oh, John Gibbons just wanted to say something, but Dickey's going to come up here more than likely in a bunting situation.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that was the difference.
One was to bunt, one was to hit.
Yeah.
Depending on what Russell did.
So R.A. Dickey, who spent time in the National League, will come up here. Looks like to bunt. If he were pitching in a National League game in this same situation, he would bunt. He's already squared around. Boy, I tell you what, that's a tough strike. But if I'm R.A. Dickey and Duffy's that close to me, I'm swinging.
Yeah. Fake the bunt. Brandon Belt is hard charging from first base. Duffy is coming in from third base. Swing away.
There's no place to bunt it.
You're going to be bunting into a double play, probably.
Yeah, and if he comes that close, he's going to get closer than this.
There's all kind of holes on that infield.
He's going to bunt with 2 strikes as well. You don't want him swinging away with the possibility of hitting into a double play. But if Dickey could square around and pop it over the third baseman's head, he might get a double. Squared around. He bunts it and it trickles foul. So Dickey will be out on strikes. So now Ryan Goins pinch hit in the 8th and flied out to center. Stayed in the game defensively at second. The starters have long been out of the picture. Madison Bumgarner left after 6 2/3. Marcus Stroman pitched 6 innings. They will both get no decisions here, and Marcus's streak of starts without a loss still intact.
Thank you, Michael Saunders, in the 9th inning with that home run.
1-1. Russell Martin drew the 1-out walk. Catcher back over the screen. Bowen strikes out. Blue Jays will leave a runner in the top of the 10th. The new pitcher for the Blue Jays will be Drew Storn, making his 15th appearance of this season.
It's been a rough start to his Blue Jay career. There are his numbers in 14 games, 0-2 with an ERA at 9. He's trying anything to get himself on track. He started the season out of the stretch position with nobody on base. He's now trying to go out of the windup position with nobody on base just to generate a little bit more on his fastball. Basically a sinker and a breaking ball. His best pitch is curveball. He hasn't been able to get that over consistently for strikes. He will come in here and face Pence, Crawford in the pitcher spot.
The Blue Jays lost in extra innings in Baltimore on a pass ball, and they had a extra inning walk-off win at home when Justin Smoak hit a 2-run home run against Texas to win last week. Inside to Hunter Pence. Pence is 2 for 4, had an RBI double in the 5th. There's a strike, and now it's 2-1. Pence is 1 for 6 against Drew Story. Ground ball. Tulowitzki circles around it, makes a good throw. 1 down.
Well, that is such a good play on this turf. It's late in the ball game, late in the afternoon. That surface gets beat up, clumpy, chewed up, and Tulowitzki came in and fielded that ball easily to get the first out.
Blue Jays infielders had a tough time early in this ball game. Well, Tulowitzki and Darwin Barney, the starter at second base, had some problems with in-between hops early in this game when they just finished watering the infield. Foul off the bat of Brandon Crawford. Good breaking ball. Crawford swings right over the top of it. It's 0-2.
That's his best pitch. He's got to be able to get that over and throw it where he needs to generate outs. You can see with nobody on base, he's working out of that windup now. He's told me in Tampa, he said, I got to generate some more power. His fastball is dropped a couple of miles per hour.
92 with the heater upstairs. Drew Story played his college baseball just down the road from this ballpark at Stanford in Palo Alto. Down the peninsula. Jared Parker is on deck. Big power hitting left-hander. There's a base hit into right. A one-out single for Brandon Crawford. His second hit of the afternoon. He's 2 for 5. Jared Parker started in last night's game. Struck out twice, walked, and had a single.
Tell you what, he comes off the bench swinging the bat. Be ready. He's ready to jump all over that first fastball. He's got some power. Just a couple of games this season. But he did hit 9 home runs in 27 games in AAA this year.
He was hitting just .216 for the AAA Sacramento team. And he made his big league debut last year and had a very positive impression left on the Giants coaching staff. I mentioned his 6 home runs. Pulls this one foul.
He's thinking about one thing right here. Get a ball out over the plate. Let me see how far I can hit it. See if I can find a gap right here.
Parker debuted on Monday as a pinch hitter. He's 1 for 4 with a walk since rejoining the Giants. 0-2. That hit him. Trying to come inside. Parker goes to first, and the winning run is now in scoring position at second base.
That's what I mean about the breaking ball. He's got to be able to throw for a strike. He goes to it and hits him 0-2 right in the foot. Trying to bounce it, and he hits him. Obviously, he wasn't trying to do that, but he just wasn't able to command that curveball. So now he's got to deal with Blanco.
Gregor Blanco, the left fielder, an RBI double in his first at bat. He's 1 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Blue Jays have turned 2 double plays this afternoon. Love to get a third right here. Good pitch inside. They were trying to go away, but he still had enough movement to catch that inside corner.
Yeah, missed his spot. I thought Russell Martin did a good job of holding it there for the home plate umpire to see it just a little bit longer. Blanco's been struggling a little bit also. Just one hit in his last 18 at-bats coming into this game.
Breaking ball stayed away off the plate. It's 1-1. Outfield defense. Saunders came in as a pinch hitter. He's in left. Pilar's in center, and Bautista's in right.
They're now moving Michael Saunders a little bit into the gap. Saw him move a couple of steps to his left.
Bouncing ball. Tulowitzki misses the ball, and everybody's safe. Now they got a shot at Crawford. Tulowitzki was thinking about stepping on the bag and trying to get the double play. But the ball kicked off his glove, and Goins was there to back him up, fortunately.
That's what I mean. This field late in the day gets chewed up. You're not going to get a good hop every single time. That time it took another tricky hop on an infielder for the Blue Jays. Watch Tulowitzki thinking about two. Goes down to try and pick it and misses it. All hands are safe. The bases are loaded. And now Brandon Belt comes up. You see that ball come up on Tulowitzki.
Tulowitzki charged with his second air of the afternoon. Brandon Belt goes after the first pitch and hooks it foul.
Made a good play to start this inning, but watch the ball come up on him. Right off the thumb. His second error of the afternoon, setting the stage. His base was loaded and just one out, and Brandon Belt up, who has been a very hot hitter.
Tulowitzki didn't commit an error in his first 61 games with the Blue Jays. He's made 6 in his last 14. 0-1 to Belt. Bases are loaded, 1 out.
I think the outfielders have got to come in just a little bit more. They're still a little bit too deep. The reason you come in, especially Bautista, a line drive into the outfield, you got to be able to catch it. Catch the line drive base hit. Can't let that ball fall in front of you. This ball game's over.
Foul out of play.
Tell you, Belt has come in here a very hot hitter. His last 70 at-bats, he's improved his line drive percentage double. He has doubled it, so he's staying on the ball just a little bit more. He's covering that outside pitch. He's been driving balls to left center.
He has just one hit in this series, and that was the fly ball that was lost in the lights on Monday night by Michael Saunders. Boy, he's trying to stay inside out this ball, isn't he?
You see, he didn't pull off on that. He stayed back, and he's thinking about hitting the ball to left field or center field. There are his numbers over his last 9 games. Something on the ground to one of the infielders. They got to come home, too.
He struck him out. Belt strikes out. Storen with the good fastball.
They wanted that ball up. Look at Russell Martin saying, give me that ball up, but it's got some good running motion away. And the hot hitter Belt comes up empty. What a pitch.
Denard Span.
Now the infield can move back. Normal depth.
Span and Storen teammates with the Nationals.
Pretty good average with the bases loaded right there for Denard Span. 407. He's hit the ball hard a couple of times today.
That gets away from Martin, but not far enough for Crawford to take a chance.
Blue Jays have lost a game this year on a pass ball. They have lost a game where there was some interference at second base, and they lost the game when a ball hit a base runner. And they came that close to losing it on a wild pitch. What a play by Russell Martin. He didn't have time to shift over and get his body in front of that ball. Tried to backhand it, and he clipped just enough of his glove to slow the ball down, and it didn't go back to the backstop.
And then once it was past him, he really turned quickly to retrieve it and keep Crawford at third base. Two balls and no strikes, 2 outs. The bases are loaded. The winning run just 90 feet away. Encarnacion will step on the bag, and Storen gets out of it. What a job by Drew Storen. He struck out Brandon Melton and gets Denard Span to ground out, and the Giants leave the bases loaded. We'll go to the 11th. Edwin Encarnacion with a good defensive play. When we come back, he'll lead things off.
Canada's largest and only official team shop for your Toronto Blue Jays. New 2016 authentic jersey with 40th sleeve patch now available. Get yours today at jshop.ca. Bucky, you'd almost think there's a Jays shop here at AT&T Park with the amount of Blue Jays jerseys we're seeing.
Well, I tell you what, it's amazing how many fans there are here, all decked out in their Blue Jays hats and jerseys and memorabilia. It's great to see.
Sailboats.
Sailboats.
Yep. We have seen every reliever for the Giants in this series except this one. Javier Lopez will take over. He's a situational lefty. You can see he's in 16 games, but he's only thrown 6 2/3 innings all season long. Sinker slider type of pitcher. Throws a lot of strikes. Will use his changeup to the righties, but he can't go long. He's just a situational lefty.
Michael Saunders with the biggest hit of the ball game. A game-tying home run in the ninth. A leadoff home run off Santiago Casilla. Casilla saddled with his 3rd blown save of the season. 2 balls and a strike to Michael Saunders. Tried to check his swing, and he went around, and it's strike 2 to Saunders. Saunders and then the leadoff man, Kevin Pillar. We're in the 11th. High fly ball. Denard Span, center fielder, calling for it, and makes the catch. 1 away. The Blue Jays went into the top of the 8th inning down 4-1. They scored 2 in the 8th, and Saunders hit the home run in the 9th. So you're right, Pat. It's going to be one and done for Javier Lopez as he gets Saunders to fly out to center.
He has now pitched in 17 games and has thrown 7 innings all season long. So his job was to go versus the lefties, and now the righties are coming up.
Derek Law, the right-hander, pitched in last night's game. He will face Kevin Pillar when we come back to San Francisco. The giant pitcher to pitch in this ball game has taken over here with 1 out in the 11th. It's Derek Law.
Blue Jays saw him in yesterday's game, touched him up for a couple of runs, 3 hits in his 1 inning. The main culprit, Saunders, Tulowitzki, and Martin all touched him up.
All with 2 outs. He struck out the first 2 batters of the inning, Batista and Encarnacion, and then Kevin Pillar hits this one hard, but right to Gregor Blanco. He was deep, and it allowed him to make that catch on that hard hit ball.
He's got a good breaking ball. That was on display against Bautista and Encarnacion when he struck them out. But righties this year have hit .346 against him, and Pillar stings this ball. Blanco stays right with it to record the out.
Took him to a knee. Josh Donaldson has had a 3-for-4 day with a walk. He's scored 2 runs. Donaldson came into this game 4 for his last 25, a 160 average. He hasn't driven in a run in his last 29 at bats.
He's due. They need him right here. Hasn't hit a home run for a while.
Swinging a drive to left field. Blanco is back. This ball is at the base of the wall. Donaldson is headed for second, and he'll get there with his 4th hit of the afternoon. Josh Donaldson starting to heat up.
So determined. He hit that ball. I mean, he stung that ball, got out of here quickly, and he had to hustle to get the second base. Hanging breaking ball, and he smokes it. Then watch it. As soon as he sees this ball hit the ground, he's got to hustle in the second base because he hit it so hard. He's starting to heat up, isn't he?
For Josh, it's his first 4-hit game of the season. The double, his 9th. The go-ahead run at second now with 2 outs for Bautista. Jose has singled, walked twice, and officially gone 1 for 3. As Pat mentioned, Law struck him out to start the 9th in last night's game.
Struck him out with a good breaking ball. He's thrown a couple of breaking balls to the right-handers here, and they've hit him hard. Might want to go up there looking for it.
Ball on the strike. Bautista with 22 RBIs for the season. Inside.
I don't think he's going to give in to it. I think he's going to keep throwing and breaking balls.
Pick your poison.
Yeah.
Bautista or Encarnacion. The 3-4 hitters for the Blue Jays. The one thing that has been impressive, even though Bautista has had his struggles at the plate, is the fact he hasn't chased pitches. And he is such a good RBI guy, and he wants to drive in runs, but he is so disciplined.
He will wait for his chance when that pitcher comes to him. He's got himself into a good hitter's count here. Blanco in left field does not have an outfield assist. Span in center field does not have an outfield assist. Hunter Pence in right field has one. So Josh Donaldson, crack of the bat, let's go.
2 outs. Another walk for Bautista. 3 in the ball game, and that'll bring Encarnacion to the plate. Bautista now has 30 walks for the season, and again, I mentioned that he shows so much patience. You know he wants to drive in the runs, but he is so disciplined.
He is not going to go outside the strike zone to do it. He's going to make that pitcher come to him. He's got Edwin Encarnacion hitting behind him. Edwin's going to have to do the same thing. He's going to make him come to him. That might be what Dave Righetti's talking about. Encarnacion has become a very good breaking ball hitter, and we've seen a lot of breaking balls from Derek Law.
Edwin coming into this ball game a career .325 hitter against the Giants. Of course, he began his big league career in Cincinnati. Donaldson at second. There's a breaking ball that missed inside. Bautista's at first. We're in the top of the 11th. Third extra inning game of the season for the Blue Jays. Not close. They got Tulowitzki on deck, and despite the fact he had a 3 RBI game with a home run yesterday, I don't know that they're going to give in to Encarnacion here.
I don't think so. They have a base open. It's over at third base. It's the treatment Bryce Harper has been getting lately with Washington. They walked him intentionally the other day with runners on first and second.
Donaldson leading off second. Bautista's at first. 3-0 pitch to Encarnacion. He gets the green light, lifts a fly ball to right. Pence is there, and that's the inning. The Blue Jays leave 2 aboard in the top of the 11th. They'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Gamble, we are in the bottom of the 11th, and the new pitcher for the Blue Jays will be Gavin Floyd.
There are the numbers in 12 games for Gavin Floyd. Righties 179, lefties 095. That's an average of 143, best in the American League, 11th in the American League. 10 strikeouts per 9 inning. He has really taken to this relief role for the Blue Jays. He was off yesterday because he had worked a couple days in a row, and now he gets a chance here to possibly win the game.
Drew Storen left the bases loaded in the bottom of the 10th. He gave up a base hit, hit a batter, and then Troy Tulowitzki made an error to load the bases, but Storen struck out Brandon Belt. This is a drive to left. Saunders is there. Plenty of room for him. Panik is retired. We mentioned Tulowitzki. He's made a couple of errors here today. And Tulowitzki has committed 2 errors for a game for the first time since April 17th, 2012.
It's been so steady.
Yes, he's very steady. He got victimized by a couple of shaky hops here today, and Matt Duffy has his 3rd hit of the afternoon. Boy, he's got that right field stroke down pat.
Singled his last time up to right field. Stays inside the ball. Watch the hands stay inside out swing. It's the ball over to right field. He came into this game hitting 250. And now Matt Duffy is up to 257.
Buster Posey takes one downstairs. Posey's had a rough day at the office. His single in the first snapped an 0 for 18, but he's since gone 0 for 4 with a double play in the 5th.
That ball had a lot of English on it, found its way into the outfield. Didn't hit it particularly hard.
Popped up. Goins and Tulowitzki both converging behind second. It's Goins, a second baseman, making the catch. Posey's retired. Posey is 1 for 6 this afternoon.
Wow, Blue Jays catching the Giants at the right time. Their best hitter doesn't look very good.
Hunter Pence. He's had an interesting day. He's had a couple of hits. He's 2 for 5 with an RBI double. Pence batting .297. Matt Duffy at first.
He was thinking about going.
Yeah, he sure was. And Gavin Floyd kind of quick pitched him. He couldn't get a good jump, but he had that thought on his mind, didn't he?
Duffy's 3 for 3. Watch him over there at first base. He was thinking about going. 3 for 3 in stolen bases, and then just holds up.
There he goes. He got a good jump. Throw from Martin is not in time. Duffy's a perfect 4 for 4 in stolen bases. He got a terrific jump off of Floyd.
Billy Hayes is over at first base, the first base coach. He's got a stopwatch, so he obviously likes what he saw from Gavin Floyd, that it was taking just a little bit too long to get to the plate. So they give him the green light, and Duffy gets himself into scoring position.
So Hunter Pence, he picked up an RBI in the 5th, and the Giants have been terrific at delivering 2 out RBIs. Pence waves at that breaking ball. Martin completes the strikeout with the throw to first, and we will go to the 12th. A 4-4 ball game.
Fans, and you're catching a game in the U.S., you can share all your experiences as they happen with friends and fans back home. With Roam Like Home from Rogers, you can use your phone exactly like you do at home, starting at $5 a day in the U.S. Go to Rogers.com/RoamLikeHome for details. Although, Buck, these long games are not good for the batteries in those phones, are they?
No, they're not. The extra innings were in the 12th, Barry, and this game started about 12:45. But the Hardy fans are hanging out. What a gorgeous day in San Francisco. Troy Tulowitzki is 0 for 3. He has walked and was hit by a pitch in his 5 plate appearances. Tulowitzki has 19 career home runs against the Giants and 199 career home runs. This one's pulled on the ground. Duffy sure hands at third. 1 down.
Do you know who he hit his first home run off of? Woody Williams.
Really?
Yeah. September of 2006.
Woody Williams, the former Blue Jay, bounced around. Woody had a great career. Derek Law came in the ballgame with 1 out in the 11th after Javier Lopez retired the only batter he faced, Michael Saunders. Giants have used 7 pitchers today.
There is nobody left, really. I mean, you got Josh Tolley left, but it's hard to bring in your backup catcher. So you got the pitcher spot coming up next, and there's Gavin Floyd. He's grabbed the bat. So just like last time Russell Martin was up, you're hoping he gets on base so Gavin can sacrifice him.
Ground ball. Duffy gets another chance at third. 2 ground ball outs here in the 12th. Gavin Floyd, the pitcher, will come up and bat. Floyd began his career with the Philadelphia Phillies, parts of 3 seasons, 2004, 2005, and 2006. He's got 5 career hits. Doesn't have an RBI, doesn't have an extra base hit. He's 5 for 74. That's a .068 batting average. Another ground ball to third. Gavin Floyd will be thrown out. 3 ground ball outs for Derek Law here in the 12th. Bottom of the 12th. Campbell. They got a heck of a ball game going on. The Blue Jays, they had to storm back. They scored 2 in the 8th and 1 in the 9th to tie it at 4-4. And now we're in the bottom of the 12th.
And they're just hanging on. Also, over the last 4 innings, the Giants have left 8 runners on base. They've had their chances, but the Blue Jays have been able to figure out how to get them out, push this game into the 12th inning. I guess if you have to play extra innings, this is the place to do it, right? Because it's gorgeous.
Blue Jays have an off day tomorrow. They'll catch a flight to Dallas after this ball game, so nobody's in a rush. They want to hang around and try to sweep this 3-game series.
That's right. If you're going to stay here, you may as well win.
You'll hear that echoed on the bench. Hey, we played this long. Let's win it.
May as well win.
Brandon Crawford takes the first pitch up and away. Two for 5, couple of singles. He scored a run. That run he scored was in the 2nd. Gavin Floyd is the 6th Blue Jay pitcher to work. Stroman went 6th. Gerardo went 2/3. Biagini got an out. And Crawford waves at that breaking ball.
Came into this game 16 strikeouts, just 3 base on balls. Gavin Floyd with that good breaking ball picks up his 2nd strikeout of the afternoon. If you're wondering how far he can go, he's thrown multiple innings twice this year. He threw 2 innings on April the 20th, came back this next appearance, threw 2 more innings on the 23rd.
This is Kelby Tomlinson. Tomlinson played shortstop yesterday and a 3-hit game. He had a bunt single in the 3rd, a couple of singles in the 6th and in the 8th. 3 for 3 game. Tomlinson is batting for the pitcher. Fly ball to right. Bautista is over near the line, and that's into the seats out of play. That's the way Tomlinson swings it. He hit the ball to right field yesterday in the 6th.
It's not even a full swing. Pitch down and away. 10 for 20 in interleague. Down and away, and he just stuck his bat out there. Didn't even take a full swing. So the outfield should shallow up and maybe play him over to right field. And they are.
Gregor Blanco is on deck. The Giants have used everybody but Trevor Brown, the backup catcher, and Angel Pagan, who's dealing with that hamstring issue. The Blue Jays have used everybody except Josh Tolley. That's way outside.
And in the bullpen, everybody but Ryan Tepera. Assuming Roberto Osuna is down. They said he's thrown 3 days in a row that they were going to try not to use him today.
Well, this game has gone so long, he's had extra rests.
Does that count? You know, I was thinking, okay, if it keeps going, you usually use the next day starter. The next day starter is Harry Dick. He's already played in this game. He's out. So you can't go that route.
Dickey came up to bunt earlier in the game and bunted foul for a strikeout. That was in the 10th. Tomlinson walked, and he's got some speed. Russell Martin threw out Kelby Tomlinson yesterday, last night's game, trying to steal.
That was the hit and run play, wasn't it? When Matt Cain faked the bunt.
That was in the 3rd inning of a 1-0 game. Gregor Blanco batting in the 8th spot. Ground ball. Goins to second. Tulo for 1. Back to first. Double play. Gavin Floyd gets the double play after the walk, and we're going to go to the 13th. It's a 4-4 game in San Francisco. As the new pitcher, Albert Suarez, comes in, making his 3rd appearance for the Giants.
This is last man standing right here. The last man coming out of the bullpen for the Giants is Albert Suarez. Just 2 games this year. He's just called up the other day. He appeared in back-to-back games on Sunday and Monday. Threw 43 pitches and 3 innings of work. He was off yesterday. They're hoping not to use him, give him another day, but here he is. Blue Jays saw him on Monday. Threw a couple of innings, had a strikeout and a walk. He's got a good sinker and a good changeup.
Ryan Goins entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th. He flied out. He struck out against Hunter Strickland in the 10th. Late movement on that pitch, and it was in a good spot down and away. A ball and 2 strikes.
That's that good sinker I was telling you about. He's got a good 2-seamer, a changeup, throw a curveball. He doesn't look intimidating being in the big leagues for the first time.
Well, he's not a youngster. He's been around a bit. And you see Ryan Tepera loosening up. Gavin Floyd has gone 2 innings. He gave up a hit, a couple of strikeouts. Double play erased the walk in the 12th.
And that's probably his limit right there. That's the 3rd time this year that he has thrown 2+ innings.
Owens reaches for that outside pitch and stays alive. Michael Saunders is on deck. He's batting in the 9th spot. Saunders entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 7th. Popped out in his first at bat, but then hit the game-tying home run in the 9th. Goins drives it to the alley in left center, and that's going to drop. Gregor Blanco makes the throw to second, and Goins is out. Gregor Blanco, what a play he made. He took a bad route on it. And the Blue Jays, they're probably going to have a look at this bang play in extra innings.
You have to look at this one. Blanco, nice recovery on the ball. It was hanging up there. Gibbies wants to take a look at that. They're calling it safe. You can see some of the players have already seen the replay that they called him safe. Ryan Goins isn't going anywhere. But Blanco came over, and we told you that he hasn't had an outfield assist. So you got to take that chance. One more time, takes this ball away from him. And then it drops in and then recovers. Let's see if Ryan got his hand in there. Yes, he did.
Boy, he did. Tagged him high on the elbow, and it'll be interesting to see if the replay reflects that. There's another look at it. Difficult to tell where his right hand is. Well, that's a tough one.
That's.
I don't know if there's enough evidence to overturn it.
Right. Which one got on there first? The right hand? He did the right thing and sliding to the inside part of that bag to make the tag just a little bit tougher.
So Goins with the single called out at second. The Blue Jays are appealing the call at second with the video review. We're in the 13th inning. Goins leading off the top half of the 13th. Obviously, this is a huge review. The umpires have their decision, and the call on the field stands. So Goins will be the first out of the top of the 13th as Blanco picks up his first assist of the season.
Boy, it's that close. Huh? Just a fraction of an inch. If he could have got his hand in there.
Well, and two, Blanco really didn't make a great route to the ball.
No.
He played it on a hop and was fortunate to make a strong throw. So Michael Saunders batting ninth. Takes a breaking ball off the plate outside. Drills it into the outfield. Hunter Pence over to cut it off. Michael Saunders, a one-out single. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Taijuan Walker started that game. He gave up 4 earned runs in 5 2/3. Chris Archer started for Tampa Bay. He too gave up 4 earned runs in just 5 innings. So the Mariners are continuing to play red-hot baseball.
That's what the Blue Jays need right here, a dramatic hit. You know, one of those 3-run home runs kind of thing.
Kind of like what Kevin Pillar did against Oakland.
Hit that 3-run home run against the Dodgers.
Pillar bunted at it after Saunders was on the move. He ready to hit that home run off Joe Blanton of the Dodgers on Friday night in that Dodgers series.
Got to figure out a way to get Donaldson at the plate. He's been swinging a hot bat today.
Pillar's 0 for 6.
Looking for his first hit of this series. Talk about being dramatic. This would be the time to do it right here for Kevin. He's only been on base 1 time this series. He walked in the 6th inning on Monday.
Ground ball, base hit. He must have heard you. Kevin Pillar with his first hit of the series, and it's a big one coming here in the 13th. So Josh Donaldson indeed will come to the plate. 1 out. Donaldson with 4 hits this afternoon, had 3 4-hit games last year. His career high is 5 hits. That came in 2014 against the Chicago White Sox.
It's the right man. It's the guy the Blue Jays want up at the plate.
Ryan Tepera standing by ready in the bullpen. Gavin Floyd pitched 2 innings. Four ball game. Blue Jays have had 3 hits in this inning, and they have 1 out. Goins was thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double to start the inning. Then Saunders singled to right, and Pilar singled to left.
And if Donaldson can do something dramatic like we were talking about, everybody's going to forget about that. That he was thrown out at second base.
For Donaldson, he now has 8 4-hit games to his credit. Ground ball to the right side. Belt makes a good play at first base. They get Pilar forced out at second, and Donaldson didn't draw a throw as he makes it to first. Well, he tried to shoot that ball into right, and Belt was way off the line.
Way off because there were runners on first and second. They were in the quote shift. He could play off the line and took away a base hit from Josh Donaldson.
Jose Bautista getting some special attention from Buster Posey and Albert Suarez. Bautista has walked 3 times. He's singled. He's 1 for 3 in his 3 official at-bats. Bautista did not face Suarez on Monday. He faced 4 batters in his inning. He walked Pilar and then got Donaldson to end the inning just ahead of Bautista. Bautista had a good cut at that breaking ball.
Saw it all the way. Just a little bit too quick. If you are Michael Saunders, the runner at third base, you got to anticipate something in the dirt. Suarez might want to try and go after Bautista with a curveball, might bounce one up there. Anticipate it.
Missed with that fastball. 2 balls and a strike to Bautista. We're in the top of the 13th. Blue Jays scored 2 in the 8th and 1 in the 9th to tie it. Michael Saunders with a game-tying home run leading off the top of the 9th. Bautista's seen the ball well all afternoon.
Yes, he is. They've tried to get him to chase after that ball just off the plate. He won't do it.
Oh, he thought that was inside, and it might have been. Pitch 5. So it's a full count. There are 2 outs. Donaldson at first will be on the move. That's significant because it might force them to make a long throw across the infield.
You threw a 3-1 breaking ball? Gotta throw him a 3-2 breaking ball, don't you?
You would think. Come right back, and even if he walks him, you start fresh with Encarnacion. But Saunders has to be heads up down at third just in case he bounces it. There goes Donaldson, breaking ball, hit in the air to left. Shallow left is Brandon Crawford, the shortstop. He makes the catch, so the pop up, and the Blue Jays strand a pair in the top half of the 13th. Ryan Tepera will come out of the bullpen.
San Francisco, a reminder that right now on Sportsnet 1, it is Game 7 between the Blues and the Stars, live from Dallas. And Buck, this is where you use that Sportsnet app to watch one and watch the other one on the television.
That's a good thought, Barry Davis, and there's no question we're not going to be able to see that game tonight. We're playing in the 13th. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is Ryan Tepera.
Just recalled before this series when Brett Cecil went on the maternity leave. Called from Buffalo. This is his second stint with the Blue Jays this season. He appeared in 8 games for Buffalo this year. Made his season debut versus the White Sox. Tepera, there are his numbers. Good fastball. Cut the ball. Good curveball.
Brandon Belt came in defensively as he hit him. Wow, that looked like it was off the plate inside.
Yeah.
John Gibbons, he's still beefing at the umpire. He said, wait a minute, I want to see if that hit him. Obviously a very pivotal point. This is a reviewable play, hit by pitch.
Not much of an effort by Belt to get out of the way of this cutter.
Well, it changed his direction a bit, but it looked like it hit him.
Yeah, it did. Right above the knee.
Yeah, and the Blue Jays are going to give up the request as Belt's aboard. Tepera hits him. Bernard Span, top of the order. He bunts it right on in front of home. It's a fair ball. Russell's throw to second is in the dirt, and Tulowitzki couldn't hold on to it. Russell Martin got on it quickly and made a low throw to second. Tulowitzki couldn't dig it out of the dirt.
You know, he did everything right. He came hard charging from behind the plate, got rid of the mask quickly, recognized the ball was not going to go foul, aggressively tried to make the play at second base, just bounced it to second, and Tulowitzki could not come up with the play. Watch it one more time. That's an aggressive play. He's got a shot at him, but it bounces away from Tulowitzki, and the first 2 batters reach here in the 13th.
The ball came up, and Tulowitzki just couldn't hang on to it as that low throw skipped in the dirt in front of second. Joe Panik, second baseman. It's a sacrifice bunt and a fielder's choice. No at bat for Bernard Span. Nobody out. Panic tipped his hand as if he were going to bunt as Tepera spun around just to see if he might slide his hand up the bat.
And he did. So he's going to try and bunt this ball to Josh Donaldson. Keep your eye on Donaldson. You can see him angling his body.
Got to throw a strike here. They're trying to bunt.
Yeah, they're giving you an out. Donaldson will angle his body over there at third base and read the ball off the bat of Panic. If it's right to him, he'll call off the pitcher and make the play. If not, if Tepera can get over and cover the third base side, they'll have a shot at third base and force out.
All the way back to the screen, and they don't have to bunt.
Yeah, doesn't matter now.
Panic didn't have a sacrifice so far this season. In fact, the Giants had just 7. So Brandon Bell got hit by a pitch to start this inning, and now the wild pitch puts the winning run just 90 feet away, and there are no outs.
Ball hasn't left the infield. They've got second and third, nobody out. Wonder if they're going to go ahead and put this guy on to force up a force play on at any base.
Two balls and no strikes. Not even close. Way down and away. It's 3-0. Now they're going to walk him. 3-0, and they'll give the intentional pass to Joe Panic to load the bases. So the bases are loaded. Nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 13th. It's a 4-4 game. Pete Walker's going to come out of the dugout and try to help Ryan Tepera get out of this mess, come up with a game plan.
Hey, the outfielders, same thing as we saw earlier in this ball game. In the 9th inning, you have to bring the outfield in, so a line drive in the outfield, you can catch it and hold that runner at third base. Anything that bounces in front of you, the game's over.
Yeah, you have to come in to make sure you're no deeper than your arm strength. Should there be a pop fly, sacrifice fly situation, anything deeper than your arm is going to be academic. Matt Duffy, he's had a 3-hit game. So Duffy has hit everything toward right. Brandon Belt just 90 feet away. Caught by Encarnacion. Looked like he had a tough time picking it up off the bat. But he was able to make the catch. It was kind of a jam shot and a changeup line drive.
Yeah, you can see Encarnacion. He can laugh about it now. He didn't pick this ball up until late. Where is it? And he's got enough reach to make the play. You said it. He's hit everything to right field, and he was trying to go over there again. Now they get Buster Posey. And a ground ball, they can get out of it.
Buster Posey is 1 for 6, and the infield has gone halfway back in the middle. Now Tulowitzki is just smoothing out the dirt. First pitch inside. The Blue Jays have turned 3 double plays today. They got one in the 12th to end the inning. Two and 0. That's the ball game. A 4-pitch walk with the bases loaded, and the Giants win it in 13.
Blue Jays had their chances to win this game. They couldn't come up with the big base hit. And then in the last inning, they couldn't stop the